nos rodear. Eu vejo a vida mais clara e farta, repleta de toda satisfação que se tem direito do firmamento ao chão. Hoje o tempo voa, amor, escorre pelas mãos.
In closing government, we have Texem M. And in closing opposition, we have minus A.
I cannot believe it, yeah, 'cause I'm so dead. Yeah, I got everything that you're feeling for. Heart attack, I beat when I walk the street. Vitamins, that D, I'm good, I'm healthy. Every summer I come out, make them disappear like clouds. To me it's another year, to you it's all you worry about. Yeah, why tip it so summer? I make him go dumb. He doubled down on that text, says that I'm the only one. Yeah, I'll make him lose his cool. Yeah, I'll make him go.
Our EFL Grand Final panel has Geneva Roy, Isabella Freeland, Matt Cato, Robert Reyes, Roshdun Ahmed, Ruth Selorme Akolast, Simon Luo, and Minami Matsushima. And I'll hand it over to Xiaoke Lu, the chair, for the motion of this EFL Grand Final.
This motion has an info slide. It reads, Trumpism is a populist ideology and style of politics that combines elements of nationalism, anti-establishment sentiments, isolationism, and being anti-woke. Politicians that adopt Trumpism are usually more aggressive and abrasive in their public advocacy. The motion for the EFL Grand Final reads, this House believes that Trumpism is in the long-term interests of the Republican Party. My name's XK, I use they, them pronouns. I'd like to now ask all my panelists to introduce themselves and give their pronouns if they so wish, starting from the left.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Ruth Salom, all the best.
Hi everyone, Rashtul Hide, good luck.
Hi, Simon Luo, good luck.
Hello, I'm Robert, best of luck.
Matt, best of luck, everyone.
Geneva, best of luck, everyone.
Bella, good luck to all teams. Minami, congrats and best of luck.
Can I now ask all teams to introduce themselves and give speaker orders and their pronouns if they so wish? OG. OO. CG.
First Manolo, he, him, and then Mauricio, he, him.
CEO.
Jennifer speaking first, Rachel speaking second.
Thanks everyone, and congrats again for making EFL Grand Finals. With no further ado, PM whenever you're ready.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. So first, thanks to my family, always support me, my amazing friends, our university and debate society, Diego, Jess, Juanito, Juanita, all our members, the ones that are here that give us encourage, and all the ones that are not here that I'm from Colombia. We're just representing all your support, love, and inspiration. Thanks for the people who believes in us and give us hope, like Diego, Benja, Jess, Juan Esteban moms, and Andres' mom. And in my particular case, those who saved my life until this moment, every hug, every word, and every simple it's okay, I'm here. It takes loss, tears, the most emotional challenge, but at the end it takes one of the most amazing moments in my life, believing and trusting in someone that I truly admire and love, Juan Esteban. Thank you, Latin and Hispanic community, for the women. Our voices has value, and we deserve a world who let us speak, be free, and be well. Thank you. So let's start in 3, 2, 1. The path to victory of opening government is that if we prove that in the long term the traditional values and the existence of necessities of nationalism is going to still in the long term, we're going to win this debate in terms of how the Republican Party can appeal for those interests and how they're going to work better in terms of those. First, in terms of characterization, how are the Republican Party main interests? Notice something. They want to have capacity to still having political capital in Congress. They want to have unity because they experienced some type of fragmentation. And third, more important, they have to maintain the purism of the party because they have traditional background to defend, because they consolidated by the elites of the United States and they have the traditional values to apply for. What is this ideology style of politics wrong, and how this type of style campaigning can maintain their ideals? In first term, we are talking about like maintaining this style as 10, 20 years, for probably that is going to happen. But in the second term, how it looks like. Notice something. When I advocate for nationalism, I'm thinking about like these speeches of US first. Like the enterprises of USAs are the ones that I'm going to preeminently prioritize. That I'm not going to intervene in long term in the like other countries' fights or other countries' interests. It's going to be more at the interest of the United citizens. Second, anti-establishment sentiments speaks like free speech, like giving the opportunity in the universities to say whatever you want and not attend what the family traditional values or, for example, religion believes. This means that you have the possibilities to say whatever you want and did a speech like Trump do that is very free in their own expressions, right? Third, in terms of isolationism, notice something. It's not introduce USA in more fights, it's actually the opposite. To retreat, for example, the Ukraine support, but letting them having like an opportunity to concrete some kind of negotiation and become less actively in improve money to put our assets to the fights that they're experiencing. And anti-woke sentiment about progressives, like speak for that families that are wanting to revoke or want to abolish in terms of their speeches. What is going on and why is probable that the people is going to appeal better in our side of the house of this type of speech, and what is the counterfactual? The counterfactual more probable is that they have like some kind of candidates or some kind of ideologies that are more like some type of moderate, you know? Like, for example, not that kind of nationalism. I'm probably going to put the interests of some other countries in European Union or in other parts first, or in some points I'm going to concede their advocacy first than my own itself. Second, in terms of, for example, free, like I'm going to still having like this speech of free market or whatever, but if I need to prioritize other companies or things like that, I'm probably going to do. If, for example, the people just are, or the pressure international, it's so hard. And in the other way, I'm not going to do that anti-woke message that, for example, to show people that there are a threat, that they are treating our values, that are treating our means to live and our probable possibilities. What happened with that counterfactual and with that narrative, that is not sustainable for the ways that people now are thinking about politics and what the people want in politics statements. Notice something, the COVID pandemic and the inflation rates and the unpopular spreading of wars and conflicts are making the people be more afraid to do this type of soft measures that are putting the countries in threat of their politics legitimacy. What happened in my side of the house is like the Republican Party is kind of still advocating for those sentiments and being more emotional connected with these struggles. Not in something, lose a job or have struggles in my immediate set is something that can allow to me to think that they are doing better in my side because they are prioritizing me. In those terms, it's more easily to capture, for example, that type of people. But in the second term, I'm advocating for someone that is charismatic or have like at least a unique personality, like is Trump. Even if they have these very love speeches and whatever, he's able to maintain the people in the interest of the United States, and he's able to, for example, do something like have this election and win in states that he was probably not going to win. But most of it, notice that now the people that is having these speeches in their internal values are the young people who is now in the universities, are the young people who is going to vote in the long term. It's these people who is thinking that it's better and it's more important, for example, the economics, the other things than only the social movements or things like that. It is better someone who can literally put the house in order and try to do something about it because it's more applicable to my indirect interest. Notice that in those cases, I am appealing for more type of people, but I'm protecting something, and it's the control of the narrative. Look something, in the war, there are a lot of figures that have a lot of power. Xi Jinping, Modi, a lot of personalities that have all these factors and all of the narrative to control the power of I'm doing something for the country. If as a Republican Party doesn't work, that means that you lose control of the power of having this type of borders, but at the same time to protect your ideology. Closing, please.
What you need to defend is Trumpism, not traditional Republican value. How do you plan to promote that?
Yeah, and I'm doing that. Actually, I'm explaining to you how the radical interest of nationalism and how the radical strong feeling of doing like a speech in saying that there are sailors that are uncompensate, that they have these issues is happening right. For that, you need not the conservative traditional way to do the things. You need the way that you can assure and says, like Trump says, that you are going to solve the fights, that you are going to maintain the companies at first, like the United States companies. In this kind of pursuit of these speeches, you can have three very huge impacts. The first one is that you are having more opportunity to actually establish the agenda of the Republican Party in the first place. Second, in terms of, for example, the possibility of counter-narratives that they are imposing, like like Democrats or something, you can tell or can be more aggressive in terms of your campaign, and that can allow you to charismatic or emotional be connected with those ideas, that there are the billions, that there are the bad ones, that there are the ones that are not doing something. Because we believe that the war wants more isolation, wants more nationalism, we are very proud to propose.
You're ready.
Is it good this way? Great. I'd like to take a moment to express that I'm profoundly honored to be speaking in the first Brazilian break in history. Barack Obama was the greatest president that the Democrats ever had. He was powerful, he had a strong narrative towards the minorities, and he had every instance of power that he had. As opening opposition, our stance is very clear. We tell you, Trumpism is effective on the short term as an alternative to strong Democrats who have weaponized this kind of narrative. But it's particularly not effective in the long term when the Republicans, they hope, achieve power and consolidate in this type of way. Firstly, why Trump rose? Trump rose as a rich man, a white man, full of charisma, who had all the power of the rhetoric of going against the establishment. Notice, his narrative is strongly anti-establishment, not just against the progressiveness of the Democratic Party, but against all of the structures that once put Barack Obama as the president. He rose offering the new advancements and bringing back the values to power and to the headlights of the United States. However, this anti-establishment can't be forever. Once Trump was president, all of his narrative was conditioned to what he was doing as being president, and he was not re-elected, but instead replaced by Joe Biden, a Democrat who had offered the exact opposite thing. What we say is that this narrative of going against the establishment is not effective once you were the establishment, and that Donald Trump, as the President of the United States, cannot hold this narrative forever, and nor can his potential followers or the next one in the line of his legacy protect this kind of narrative forever. Firstly, we say that this narrative is really polarizing, and it divides the party on itself. Notice, this is an actor motion. We're talking about the Republican Party, not just the United States. An important point is, who are the Republicans? We're talking mainly businessmen in a high council who've got the power and the history and the control of the United States, who have attended the best colleges in America, and who have hold and power of the most important structures of power. They're conservatives in the streets, people who just like those values and that want to preserve, just like opening government tells us. But most importantly, they are the people in the middle who are just in the swing states deciding what's going on into the presidency. Notice, when you have an anti-establishment narrative, this enforces infighting inside of the party. Why is that? Because the big narrative of being an outsider, of having charisma, or having the power of a white man, all of that comes in a personalized structure. It is all centered on the figure of Donald Trump. It is not the Republicans who are making all of those advances. It's not the Republicans who are passing the policies. It's Donald Trump protecting the values of America. And that's what the opening government doesn't engage with. It is intensely conditioned into Donald Trump. In their side of the house, they have to defend that either Donald Trump's going to find a way of living forever and changing the democratic structure so that he can get reelected and reelected, or that he will find followers who can continue his legacy of being anti-establishment, and more importantly, convincing the whole Republican Party of making the sacrifices and infighting that they have made on the Obama scenario forever. Because notice, why did the Republicans choose Trump? Because the fact that he's populist, the fact that he defends the values very intensively, and that he has charisma is very effective on the short term. And we give this to the government. We say that it's true that he has this very big appeal. However, it is vicious. Notice that the Republican Party loses all of the power that they have. They lose the control of the narrative or any sort of control over the presidents once the president is someone who's got the power on his figure particularly. Notice, if Donald Trump wants to pass policy A and the Republican Party wants to pass policy B, which is directly opposed to policy A, it's far more likely that Donald Trump, who has the power, the image, and the support of the people who elected him on the basis of himself, will defend this policy. And that's not necessarily in alignment with the Republicans. And we say that on the long term, this is more and more likely to become more prominent because you're sustaining the image of having a strong president, a strong voice who's connecting people and uniting them, and that is vicious against the interests of the businessmen of the High Council or just the average Republican in the streets who cannot connect to the party and the ideology and the values that they hold, historically, but rather to one person and their strong narrative. But secondly, notice that anti-establishment is not effective if you were the establishment. And if Donald Trump wants to hold this narrative forever of going against the policies and fighting back, the struggles in sustaining this just increase because you have more and more people contesting the fact that he has done nothing. Why does he criticize so much the structures? And he's been in power twice, and he's still doing that. And notice that on the long term, when we take this ad eternum, this only becomes more and more significant to the debate. Because comparatively, in their side of the House, they'll have Republicans fighting back the Republicans themselves and the Democrats, while in our side of the House, it's far more likely that they're just holding on to the values or holding on some sort of different narrative. Yeah.
If all of that is true, why did Trump lose against Biden?
Well, because it's very effective in the short term. He wants to win. He has all of the incentives to win. As I put it to you, it works now because you have a strong Democratic Party. You have Barack Obama in very recent history, and they have all of the incentives to this. But more significantly, notice how immigration and nationalism are two important topics on the long term that are likely to change, and that the Republican Party must do something about it. We disagree with open government. We say America is nationalistic by itself. People are very unlikely, and particularly the Republican Party, into changing the values that they hold on to and what they believe, or the ideology as a whole. But rather, we say that they weaponize this against vulnerable groups, and that this is not sustainable in the long term. Panel, for how long can the Republicans afford Trump explicitly attacking the people of Puerto Rico? How long can they just with the rise of Latin America, with the rise of Mercosur in their connection to the European Union, and just increasing the connections that the rest of America, the children of the United States are making, the emerging countries becoming more and more relevant, can really the Republicans just hold on and attack them forever? We say they cannot. So the control of the narrative of opening government is contingent on them proving that the party, the Republican Party, has the exact same control of the narrative over the president himself, Trump or his followers. We say that this is very much against their interests because the charisma, the power, and the structures just hold on to the president far more than the party. Thank you.
We thank the speaker for their fine speech. DPM whenever you're ready.
Hi. Before I start my speech, I just want to do a couple of words. First of all, I want to thank God for giving me this opportunity and give me also all the chances that I got. Second of all, I want to thank Daniela because she's the most beautiful and intelligent partner that I have, and it has been a great experience. Lastly, to my community, with my Latin American community and the Rosario team, I love you all, you are the best, and my parents because they pay for all of this, and I love them. So, I will start, oh, wait a minute. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1, now. The first thing that I want to do is to be clear on the impact from opening government. Our impact is that in the long run, we are going to be able to be in the hearts and souls of the Republican voters. That is to say that we have more campaigners in the long run. More people doing like Republican content in the social media, talking about this stuff and try to spread more the message. But second of all, more population, it's good because more population creates a perception of success. That is to say that other donors, like for example, this is something that happened to Biden, that when all the people saw that he was going to lose, all the donation for the Democratic Party go away. It's more likely if we demonstrate us as successful, we are going to still have this power and economic power in the long run. This is like a precedence for all the impacts that we are going to have. What is the roadmap to victory from opening government? What we are saying is that Trumpism is not perfect way to do politics. Of course, you got some type of backlash in a period of time, but it's better than the other mechanisms. Look, I want to be clear in the comparative. Every democratic country, and especially the United States, functions over a pendular dynamic. That is to say, maybe Trump is going to be successful right now, but then they are going to be the Democratic Party. But this is not going to be over because we are talking about long term. In the moment that the Democratic Party is going to be on power, we are going to still using this Trumpism, and we are going to say that it's still effective. Why? Because we have the influence in the Congress. We still have influence in the agenda setting in the status quo. That makes us more efficiently. Look, I want to be clear in the comparative because they are saying that we are defending only conservative and traditional values. That is not the case. What is the differentiation? First of all, it's about the mandate. It's about being a strong mandate, having a strong hand. That is to say that in the moment that other countries are going to ask for more money, we are going to say, fuck no, you are not getting that money. But second of all, having more like ambitious proposition, like the Panama Canal, we are going to recover the Panama Canal in the long run. Second of all, it's about demonizing the other parties. It's saying like the dictatorship of the social movements, that they are affecting our children, that they are destroying religion, they are destroying the schools. This is the difference in the comparative about the discourse. This is only a thing that you can get in nationalism and also being anti-woke and being anti-establishments. First of all, why there are incentives to people to believe this in the long run? Why people are going to appeal to this type of ideology? First of all, because in the long run there are going to be a lot of external shocks, as Daniela said. Look, we are talking about Sudan in the last round. This is something that people are going to talk about, that if United States should intervene. We need that this type of crisis is going to still exist. So people are going to say, why are you giving money to doing a military campaign in those places? I think that people, in the moment that you say, we are not giving money, you are going to appeal for the hearts of the people. But second of all, social movements are more likely to radicalize in the future because they are feeling right now that they have a great threat. Notice that they have seen that the Roe v. Wade has been taken away, so they have an incentive to be more radicalized, to boycott more things, to use more the cancellation. This is an incentive for the Republican citizens and for the conservative people to be more radicalized and to be more over Trumpism. What are the things that we are going to do some rebuttal in this debate? First of all, the first thing that they say to us is that an anti-establishment can't be forever. A couple responses for this. First of all, I think can still happen even if you are in government. Why this is the case? Because you are still having problems in government. Like they are not passing your policies in the long run, or maybe you are not as efficient as you promised in the first place. In my side of the house, you are still using those types of scenarios and blame it in the Democratic Party or in the social movements that are blocking this type of changes, even if you are in the government. So you are protecting yourself as a shield with this type of anti-establishment, even if you are in government. But second of all, it's because we are not guaranteeing that we are going to still be in government in 10 years, but this is something that is like successful when you are opposition, when you are in the other side, or when you are in the other side of the house, and says, and this magnifies the discourse about this kind of stuff. But lastly, why anti-establishment is something that it's forever? It's because it's easy to sell. It does not mean like you have to explain people why this is important. It's something that people can appeal fastly, but second of all, appeals to the more emotional people, like people that have a great heart in conservative ways, like religious people, like people that I think they have a threat expense to others. But lastly, it's because it's a good excuse. Anti-establishment ideology is self-fulfilling because in the moment that you are not being great in the kind of policies that you are doing, you can blame to others. You can trespass the blame to others. So I think it's effective in the long run. Before I go on, I will take the POI from closing.
Who do you think is going to replace Trump in 2028?
Okay, that is the second thing. Notice something. Why we are going to still having like a perfect person to fulfill this type of job? Notice, this ideology has been popular right now. That is to say, there is a lot of people that think that this is something admirable or something that they can appeal to. That is to say that right now people are trying to copy this type of style, and they are more likely that in the long run they are going to fulfill this type of shoes. But second of all, it's because there's a lot of charismatic people that can fulfill this type of job. Notice that we have like Marco Rubio or other type of people, or Elon Musk. These people are still existing in both sides of the house because they have an ideology incentive to act in the same way. But lastly, it's because the party itself is going to teach you to be this way, to try to talk about this way in this type of motion. Now, in the infantilized ideology, look, well, Trump is not living forever is something that I already said. But first of all, why this is not something to infantilize, or infantilize is better? First of all, because it connects you with your legacy. That is to say that it connects you to the time where Trump was a great leader, in the golden times of the United States. So people are more likely to have nostalgia, and this is not infantilized, it's people that are remembering the good days. But second of all, it's because you have a lot of identity to this kind of stuff, to pertinence. That is to say that the people that were more emotional right now, in the long run, they are going to remember that and they want to feel that again. So it's more likely to form your identity in this type of basic factors. Lastly, lastly, what we are saying is that you do not care, people do not care about politics enough. People do not have all the time to educate themselves about problems, so they are more likely to appeal to this kind of ideology, to emotional baggages. For all of that, proud to propose.
We thank the speaker for their fine speech. DLO, whenever you're ready.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me correctly from this distance? Okay. I'm also going to do a brief little speech, because as Melanie already said, this is a huge accomplishment for Brazil, but I especially want to thank all of my friends in the Brazilian Debating Institute, because if it wasn't by that institution, I literally wouldn't be here, because my flight got canceled. So I literally depend on all you guys, and also all the friends I made here at WUDC. I love you all. I'm going to be starting in a couple of seconds. 3, 2, 1. The dumbest thing you can do as a political party that wants to sustain power in the long term is base your electoral voters on charisma and identity instead of affiliation to the party's ideals. We think this is the main problem with OG and why this loses this debate. Let's go on a brief other comparisons. Notice what they say, that you get more voters on their side because they have more charisma. As I already said and considered, that may work in the short term, but this is not what this motion looks about. In the long term, what it looks like, as I already told you, is that it depends specifically on those people's charisma. But I have more additional material on that. Why is it likely to not work? First of all, notice that the most likely challenge that they go is like how you're going to be abrasive and fight against the increasing radicalizing social movements. What they fail to notice is that they are the ones who force the social movements to radicalize and become increasingly more on their side of the house. That happens because simple mechanism, overtone window. Whenever you have someone who is like even more abrasive and knows that that is the policy for the long term, that each politician tries to become even more abrasive than the past one, it's most likely that was abrasive today, or what was considered like normal now was considered even more abrasive. Look at the debates that we had in the 2010s, for instance, when we had Obama against the other candidates. It's all polite speech and everyone respecting each other. Compare that to Biden and Trump on how it's extremely more abrasive, because not only you are forced to be abrasive, but now the other side is also forced to be abrasive to fight back on you, not seen as a defenseless politician that can just taking criticism and not defending yourself against them. What this means is that it has an expiration date. That's only so much abrasiveness you can increase in the other side, unless you're going to like do the capital again or something like that. Which means that at some point they just lost the record, or they lost the advantage that they can get on the voters, and that is a huge problem, because if they are basing all of their identity and voter challenge on being the more abrasive one, now that I can't do that, I lost all of those 10 to 10 years that I could have building identity from prospecting voters that are knowing the Republican Party and knowing or the electors on other instances or like on other policies besides charisma. But second of all, notice that reactionary, as my partner already explained, and this is not engaged, is contingent on you having something to react to. It's contingent to have like a strong government that in the past actually did a lot of things that changed the country for you to attack and say, you know, the country is now shit because this is what they did a lot of these things and changes. This responds perfectly actually CG's POI, and is a perfectly example why the policy fails. The reason Biden even managed to win from Trump in that scenario is that if you don't have something to criticize in your own government because you were the government, you can do anti-establishment against yourself. If your whole politics is based on criticism and based on destructiveness, it's more likely that if you are the term or that any other Republican is the term, you can't actually gain that edge anymore. Or if you have a weak Democratic Party or in that regard, that also tends to happen. But third of all, as I already said, what is the implication here as well, is that you can't be anti-established against the people from the Republican Party, which means that their side looks way more like alternation coalition of parties, which means like we are more forced now and more convinced like have a Republican, either have a Republican rise and then lose and have a Democrat, or to have Republicans infighting against each other and have inconsistency in policies anyway. Why do you think that is extremely bad for the interests of this party? Two main reasons. First of all, on the economics, as Malin already told you, they are rich guys that actually or they depend on their richness, on their funds, on the trustability and liability of the government being something that actually follows secure policy for the consumer. That's because any investor, any businessman relies on long-term consistency in laws and how things are applied to actually have a return on their investments. They don't come overnight. And if the law is constantly changing and the investors start to just untrust the government, that comes extremely bad. Notice how that is extremely more likely in this scenario that we actually live in now, because we are seeing massive sponges of investments outside. Guys, the US is not the hegemony in that sense that it was anymore. China is increasingly growing and doing all the policies that they can to attract investments. Africa is also like growing in terms of population rating, going to become one of the biggest markets in the world. India is also fighting their fight as well. There is a lot of more susceptible places now for investments to go to, which means that these politicians losing economic interest on their side. But secondly, also on politics. Why is it extremely bad that you have inconsistency in what you're applying to reversibility? Three main impacts. First of all, reversibility. If you have a Democratic Party winning more on the side or the house of like changing, not only it's more likely that policies that you are able to enact are actually now likely to reverse. Because if you had like 8 years of term to build the strong foundations and legal mechanisms and build the support specifically like in the seats to defend the policy that you go, it's much harder now for them like to manage to invert that majority on the seats or to invert any of those majorities in other agencies if you manage to build that from more. But on their side, you are constantly flip-flopping with the democracy. You can't build specifically that thing. That means that not only you get less policy that is in your interest, like Malin already told you, so like more policy that protects your business in the economic sense, but also in your ideology. Because I know politicians are mostly seen like corrupt, pragmatic Brits, but they also have ideologies for how they see the country, and they would hate that to be changed by the Democratic Party. But second of all, notice that you have also that extremely bad because most of the politics require long-term planning and seeking following consistency on that, which specifically means that if you're not able to follow that of like 4 to 8 years and to actually manage to build a consistent voting base on that regard, you actually are more likely to not be able to concretize your plans. So you're more likely to not be able to maintain like changes in education or to fight back against green plans from the Democrat Party and actually go for alternative methods of energy planning that you're more likely on your side of the house. Before I move on, closing.
Which are the most important necessities that the American voters think they have?
I think as I already said, like mostly economic decision, also international side. But I think as I already told you, our analysis is independent of what is actually like swing votes for the electors. It's mostly on the interest of those politicians and how they are losing merely because they are more likely on their side to have inversion in more alternability specifically. But also notice that thirdly, and this goes in directly engagement against the more voters argument on their side, they seem to treat this debate as only presidential. Remember that are all other elections that happen, like for states, municipal, etc. And the problem here is that when you have something that is built on charisma, you don't have the tailcoat effect. The tailcoat effect is basically when someone, because a president won from that party, tends to vote in other members like for other positions also from that party. That doesn't happen on their side because it's built on charisma. I can't guarantee that Trump will actually, like the guy that is from the Republican Party, will actually follow Trump like, if I like him. Actually, it's more likely that the opposite happens, as my member already framed you, because that is based on a braveness not only to all of the other political party members, but also to your own political party, like Trump did fiercely on their side of the house. Would that mean that you also tend to get less wins when you get a presidential election victory in now of the other states at the state level, which means that you're also less likely to pass policy on those sides and maintain your interests on their side specifically. But thirdly, notice that even if they manage to prove that you win more on their side, we prove how all of those benefits are dependent on contingency on the long term. We think that it's impossible for you to stand as a party without that. Proud to oppose.
We thank the speaker for their refined speech. To open up bottom half of this debate, MG.
Someone left their phone here. Or is it supposed to be here? Is this your phone? Okay, a few quick thank yous. As you may realize, I'm not exactly formally dressed. This is because I didn't actually believe we would be here. in that sense, and because of being the person that pushes me the hardest to actually believe in myself and pushing myself to be better. I want to thank Mauricio, who carried my ass up to this point. Secondly, I want to thank the people who coach me, Benjamin Vigueras, Mati Duran, and Mariana Sandoval. Those people, regardless of the time and when they've done it, have always, especially Benjamin, has always been, will always be, and is my coach. I carry you with me in this final. Third, I want to thank Andrea Marlo. I love you. Everything I do thanks to your support. And lastly, I want to thank the people I coach in the high school circuit because they push me to be better as well. That being said, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to do something that openings didn't, that is biting the bullet, because I believe that this is a motion of the interest of a political party, and a populist political party for that matter, which means that biting the bullet means saying some stuff that may not be the most likable, but that is a legitimate strategy in order to win power. So what I'm going to do in this extension is first extend the framework and explain to you how these voters work, how these parties work, how these institutions in the United States work, and the relation that these parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, actually have and how they react to each other. Then I'm going to tell you why this is, in fact, better in the long term. So first, how do voters actually work? I believe that we have to admit that there are very easily manipulated. They will believe anything they want to believe that they read online, and they're not going to actually critically think about that because they are waiting to listen to the thing that they want to listen in the first place. Secondly, because of that, they are passionate. They are not going to actually do the research regarding whether or not what you are telling them is going to be good for them or not. That is the reason why Trump, when he was proposing to increase tariffs so that steel workers in the United States could actually remain rich, those steel workers believed him, because either if that is demonstrably false by economical analysis, they want to believe it is, and since they are passionate and they're not going to fact check, they're going to believe that this nationalism works. This already blocks everything that they just already told you in opening, because they told us, hey, this strategy is not going to work. These are the reasons why. They may be right, but they have to convince the American voter of that. They have to convince the American Republican voter of that doesn't want to believe it because he's more comfortable believing otherwise. That's the person that they have to convince. That's the person that the party has to convince, and the best way to convince them is through voting for government. Third characteristic from these voters, they don't only look at the speeches that Donald Trump gives in those rallies, they actually just look around and try to find patterns that make them comfortable. They are not only looking at the speeches in the news, they are also looking around and realizing that probably China is rising and their empire is falling, and that the reason is probably the Democrats, not the Republicans, because the Democrats opened the borders and allowed everyone to get rich in the world. Liberalism was, hey, let's be better neighbors for everyone, and that strategy made China powerful, and that made them probably lose power in an exchange. That means that they are looking around and realizing that the patterns that are making them poorer, that are making immigrants take their jobs, that are allowing everything that they consider to be bad is actually fault for someone else. The party that realizes how to actually manipulate the narrative in order to convince them that that is the way that they can win is a party that will win the elections. If we're talking about the interests of a party, then we must realize that those interests are to actually hold that power and hold control of the narrative, not necessarily of the government itself and not just of the voters, but of the narrative as a whole. Lastly, last characteristic is that voters in the United States hate one another. The Democrats hate the Republicans hate the Democrats, or there is at least a very polarized environment in which they understand each other through otherness. They understand that they are the enemy, they are guilty. Those people that want to vaccinate your children are the ones that are harming your nation, and since I am not one of those because I voted for Trump, and Trump doesn't want to invest in vaccines because he doesn't care about healthcare, then that's the person I'm going to vote for. Secondly, how do these parties work? I believe that they do not depend necessarily on just having the votes. I believe that they depend on having the power. This power looks not only like seats in Congress or the Senate, this looks like network, lobby, the support of Donald Trump, of Mark Zuckerberg, or every single other rich American that is influential and owns social media. It depends on having donors so that can fund their campaigns. It believes on having like the control of the newspapers or the support of the newspapers, so that the titles are going to actually say, yeah, vote Republican. They're going to do good for you. Specifically in certain regions, we know how the schools, like the scholar system works in the United States. We know that they simply need an amount of state. This means that strategy, convincing those powerful, influential people that run the informal institutions that shape the identity and the idea of people through telling them that what they're thinking is right. The church, for example, is the way to actually win an election. Before I move on as to how this, the relation between the parties opening.
There is a limited space for ideas in the public discourse. If you're more focusing on attacking your opponent in aggressiveness, you get less time to actually be defending those ideas that you believe are more likely to convince a real voter base in the long term. Deal with that. I'm going to let Mauricio deal with that because there is a lot of content on the speech left. So what is the relation with the contrast, with the Democrats? I believe that the Republicans have to take advantage of an opportunity right now. And it's that the Democrats are lacking an identity. The fact that they're switching from an old male candidate to a young female candidate tells us this. They don't know what to do in order to beat Trump. The reason why Biden beat Trump in the last elections is because actually the Republicans stopped supporting Trump. The moment where they realized that he might lose the impeachment or he might have gone to jail, that's the moment in which certain vocal Republicans started talking shit about Trump and they started being colder in this idea, and that's how they lost the elections. But the people that actually stormed the Congress proved to us that there is still a lot of support for these radical ideas because they were told what they wanted to hear, that their democracy was being attacked. So why is this stance better in the long term? And I'm going to deal with the other point from opening opposition, which is that this is not possible without Trump. The only answer that I have is this one. I don't think that it's really hard for the Republican Party to find another rich, white, problematic old man with power in the United States politics. So I believe that anyone that is basically anti-immigration is probably a good fit to this clown. So that being said, why is this better in the long term? First of all, because you take advantage of polarization. Basically, you just let them do the work for you. If I radicalize the Republicans that are already Republicans, and by extension radicalize the Democrats, those Democrats are going to convince those Republicans to vote for me. Like, I don't have to do that much of a heavy lifting because they're going to convince themselves. Secondly, consistency. The fact that they are actually they keep on listening to the ideas that have made America great before and that therefore can make America great again. It's not a coincidence that it's a fucking slogan. It's probably going to be likable for the Republicans. It's probably the only mechanism that they need, going to something that they already feel that worked. But thirdly, is the identity, is to tell them that the socialization from their institutions that have made them love the fetishism of their military, the fetishism of their institutions, and to actually believe that they are a liberal country when they're actually a realist country, and that they are the most free country in the world when that is not true. It's just manipulation that has been carried through nationalism, through this anti-wokeism, and through these policies that we're defending for the Republicans in the closing government. Proud to propose.
First, before I start, I would like to shout out to the people of Indonesia and all the Asian representations here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Firstly, Firstly, I would like to thank all of our coaches. Shout out to Kak Omar for always being here for us, being the best supporter for us, and also preparing us, Kak Upi, Kak Hans, if you're watching, coaching us for the past few months and making sure that we are ready to stand here. And of course, to Kabatara for being there since the start of my debating journey. Couldn't have been here without you. Your support, insights, and valuable lessons throughout the journey has been so detrimental to us. To my parents for the prayers and support from all the way across the globe. To my partner, Rachel, as well, for persevering together through this. Couldn't have done it without you. I would also like to thank the Indonesian debating community and also to my university, BINUS, for giving me this platform to speak up. Also, special shout out to Karagina, Nico, Uki, Francisca, and Ramazan, and to my significant other. Hope you see this, and I hope I'll get to make you all proud. I think OO literally lacks with a lack of counterfactual under their side, which is why inherently they can't have any of their benefits. But first, let us address what is the long-term interest of the Republican Party. They would want to win several elections again in the future. They want to have candidates that can follow the Republicans' policy goals. What are those? Things like conservative economy, serving the interests of the donors. What does that mean? This means that Republicans have an internal goal inside the party to have someone that they can quote-unquote control and direct by their party, right? Just not to inherently win. What is this something that is so important, right? Because I think what is the long-term interest is something that is, I will explain that later on my substantive as well. But on the counterfactual, firstly, what are we going to do under our side? Firstly, we are going to make more sustainable and put forth things that are resonating with the people. Things like economy, state priority, focus more on practicality, on, things that people actually want. Because that is the interest of why Trump is actually inherently won in 2024 because of his economic policies, right? And it is shown that now this is what people care about the most. What's this more likely to succeed under our side? Because firstly, people are tired of rhetorics. They want more tangible benefits that actually can benefit the people from the grassroots underground. Secondly, people are now more desensitized to personas as they have been failed again and again. This is also the reason why Trump didn't win in 2020, right? He didn't win because of his Trumpism, and inherently Biden won because of his policies as well. Kamala is also too much of a persona and no distinctions of policy. This is why personas don't work anymore as well, right? But thirdly, what people care now the most is on policies. Reasons why Trump won in 2024 is because the Democratic Party's campaign was bad, not because Trumpism is something that is popular. This is what people need the most, and what people want is, the things that they need is money, right? Therefore, this is also what would allow the Republican Party to win under our side. By focusing more on conservative economy, also has already making lots of voters regret as well, right, under their side, because people in status quo realize that tariffs actually make prices higher for locals as well, right? This is inherently why Trumpism won't work, in a micro scale like what CG wants, right? What happens then when government side tries this at the very first place? Because our biggest claim on CEO is if Republicans want to win long term, they can't use Trumpism. Nobody can do Trump better than he can. Trumpism is seen to people not as an ideology, but it's a cult of a personality. This is inherently going to be different from OO, right? Because it is a propaganda. It focuses on Trump rather than as a person, but more of a persona rather than the ideology itself. Because every other Republican has failed in replicating Trump. They look like cheap replacement of him, and they have never been successful in enacting Trumpism. Look at J.D. Vance, the current vice president. This comes off as a weirdo. Ted Cruz isn't just, as domineering and as alpha or sigma as Trump. That is why inherently that won't work with anyone else. Why this shows you that Trump is uniquely him. This is the missing link on why OO is still very much contingent, very much contingent on like OG's rebuttals. This is where we are going to come in, because he is capable of pulling off that persona. Things like, firstly, manipulating the media the best. He knows the media the best with his past experience of being a celebrity and being a reality show star. Him having those unique experience makes him the most, outward from all of the politicians that have. This is something that can't be replicated with other politicians. They just looks like they're forcing themselves to be anti-woke. What is Trump's persona uniquely like him? Things like nationalism. Secondly, his MAGA personality, being able to rally people's opinions. But thirdly, him having, felonies and crimes, but still being able to win, shows you how strong his persona and his charisma is towards the people. So individually, when this is attempted in the future, they won't be able to succeed. Trump has done his 2 terms already as a president, and all other people who will try to replicate him will fail. This means that Trumpism will be popular in the future, and this is not the interest of the Republican Party as well. This this is not just because this is not the interest of the Republican Party, like OO says, but we say it won't be successfully done at the very first place. But then this is also, secondly, our substantive on what happens in the future when Republicans does this, right? What happens when Gov tries this in the
POI.
future? Later, when government tries to put someone to emulate Trump in the future, it will be anti-establishment all over again, which will be very difficult to sustain and will be too radical. Why is this likely? On three things. Firstly, because they will try to overcompensate to look better than Trump. They will rally people more. They will try to be even more anti-woke and be even more far-right. Because secondly, now that they are Trump's replacement, they need to appease the voters that votes Trump because of his rhetorics, which means you are enabling the most radical forms of voices to happen under the side of government. But thirdly, if you are moderate, you are no longer going to be buying into Trumpism. This is what they need to defend under government. But before I continue, on your side.
You don't need exactly Trump, only someone that continues his legacy. You need to be comparative. The counterfactual is someone that is more weak because it has to concede to the pressures of the international pressures and all this kind of stuff.
I think inherently, right, the rhetorics of Trump is not to care about the global, anyway, right? Because it's literally in the info side, because like, it's isolationism. He only cares about United States and United States itself, right? Inherently. So I don't think that would work to, make the people less anti-woke under your side. This is what is missing under OO's analysis on the future implications of what happens to the Republican Party. Those analyses are important because in the future, the Democrat Party will put forward better candidates and learn from their mistakes. They learned that Hillary failed in 2020, right? They used Biden in 2020 and he won. Kamala failed in 2024, so they will put forth better candidates in the future. Republicans need to stay adaptive and they cannot rely on Trumpism long term. This is true during the 2020 era, like what I've said before. He didn't win because people are sick of those horrendous policies and rhetorics. So in the future, we will choose politicians that are much more focused on homegrown economics, things like businesses, pro-establishment to support local businesses instead of anti-wokeness, like what I said before. What is the weighing then, right? Because I think you need to weigh us over the other benches because we are actually the one that gives you the benefits. We are actually the ones that gives you the most amount of tangibility of what is likely to happen on why our comparative is going to be better under our side. But then what happens under government side is only going to be a failed attempts to make it, but then the more further implications is more harm is going to be happening to the people underground because they are going to be much more radical under their side. Proud to be CEO. Thank you.
We thank the speaker for a fine speech. Gov Whip, whenever you're ready.
Hi. Wow. It sounds really strong. Okay. First, I want to thank my family. Also, I want to thank my debate club, Debatexem. I've been with you since I was just a kid. Now, I've been growing, so I love you. Mostly, I want to thank Benjamin for being literally my inspiration every day. I want to be like you in the future. Also to Matias Duran because I do admire, and for my girlfriend Aranza because you are the love of my life, and for Latino America, que viva Latino America, and que viva Mexico. So I'm gonna start in 3, 2. Wait. I love you, Manolo. You are the best debater I've ever known. I love you. I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. I want to be very clear. The extensions that Manolo brought you in his speech are the most important. I want to recap them first. Note that what Manolo proves to you is that the Trumpism ideology is very it can be replicated easily and it's accepted by the most important actors in the status quo, like for example, businessmen, or for example, the church, or for example, CEOs of newspapers. These actors are mainly conservatives as they don't want to change the status quo because as they are privileged, they don't want the status quo to change because if the status quo change, then they will lose their privilege. So why Trumpism is effective? Because Trumpism doesn't challenge the status quo. Trumpism wanna benefit the status quo. This impact is that Trumpism gets alliances with these powerful and important actors. This is important because these alliances traduces into more money, into more platform, into more alliances in the future in order to win the elections or to control the platform. This extension is at first logically prior in order to get the success that opening government want to get. So this is important because once we already proved, as Manolo told you, that Trumpism gets more alliances and powerful friends in the status quo, we win in the point of success through a prior logically weighing. But two, note that also Manolo proved you how this ideology is consistent through the days and the days. This is important because voters do not want to change because the change scares the majority of people in terms of politics, as they don't want to lose, for example, or as they don't want to have changes in or how many taxes they are paying. That is to say that having unstable politics and a stable ideology is good because the majority of voters will perceive that the Republican Party is a safe place to vote because it is consistent throughout the time. The third extension, and this extension flips out the case of the entire opposition bench, it's important because note that opposition lose the debate in their first second as they think that Trumpism is just a face and a white man. Trumpism is more than just a man, so this implies that this ideology can be replicated with other persons. Note that Trumpism is a set of proposals, like for example, do not trade with China. Do not lose factories in order to them to be in Mexico. Trumpism wants factories to be in Mexico. Trumpism wants to benefit Americans, like literally America for America. This is important because what this ideology satisfies is that this narrative it's seen as, for example, like having factories in the USA and do not let them go to other countries, for example, Mexico, or do not have changes into the abortion laws because people do not want to change the way they think about life or structural values. This is important because Trumpism is the only ideology that protects the way people, the majority of people, thinks, and this is important in order to get success. And lastly, the extension that Manolo brought you about how to deal with the actor of the Democratic Party, because in order to understand the relevance of that extension is that the Democratic Party is changing right now because there's no certain leader in the Democratic Party. That is to say that the proposals might change and that changes can be threatening to the Republican Party. So when we have the Trumpism, we radicalize our voters and we do not let them rely on the changes of the Democratic Party proposals. This is important because this is a line that do not rely on the changes that the Democratic Party will do in the future. So this guarantees success in the elections, but first I'm taking opening.
We fulfill a higher burden by dealing with the Gulf's best case. Even if the Trump mechanism works, we create more polarization and flipping of parties, which harms the Republican Party members' incomes and their policy.
The complete point of opening opposition is that no one will be able to replicate Trumpism and that people will be fighting to be the most important person in the Republican Party. That's completely false because note, when we have Trumpism is the only ideology, it's the central point of the Republican Party. This is important because when Trumpism is the most important ideology, there is no place for other ideologies, like for example, Ron DeSantis ideologies or other persons, because Ron DeSantis should prioritize the Trumpism. This is important because we reduce the inside backlash of the Republican Party, so we have a stronger party in terms of how they work internally. So why we beat opening government? It's simple. Opening government rely heavily on a line that wasn't even explained about how they can control the geopolitics scenario, which hasn't been explained and hasn't been even weighted. But to know that once we explain how we really deal with the most important actors in the US scenario, then we get really a likely success. They are completely relying on a charismatic mechanism that isn't really what really implies being like the Trumpism. Trumpism is furthermore than just a face and just a way you shake hands. Trumpism is a way of proposals. So we do explain more, and we explain in sense of frameworks why we need Trumpism in terms of the changes that the Democratic Party might do. Why we win opposition bench? Because we do explain how really works the Trumpism. They completely rely on a non-mechanized point about that anyone will be able to replicate Trumpism. That's completely false. I think that Manolo answered to that in a very effective way in his speech. But also, we explain how we can replicate Trumpism, but most important, how this Trumpism ideology is effective in order to deal with the most important actors. Opposition only say, we have other alternatives, like, for example, attending to the poor people. I have a very important thing to say to you. That alternative is not exclusive. So closing opposition cannot win using that alternative, because we can also have that alternative. So the only answer in this speech is closing government proud to propose.
We thank the speaker for his fine speech and welcome Op Whip to finish this debate. Hear, hear.
Before I start my speech as well, just very quickly, I want to thank all of our amazing coaches who made everything possible for Indonesia. To Kak Omar, who's always here to check up on us and making sure that we're mentally well. To Kak Upi and Kak Hans, who's all the way in Indonesia, but is still willing to stay up late and is always one text away to assist us and to make sure that we're also mentally well. But most importantly, to Kak Batara, who's already been here since day one. Thank you for always believing in us, even during our lowest point. But lastly, also thank you to Indonesia, to Binus, to Kak Jen, to everyone who has supported us to get into the stage, both Kak Siska, Kak Rama, Kak Regina, Nico, and also Justin, for taking the time to watch our round. This is as much yours as it is mine. I think it's a very good momentum for Indonesia to stand here and be proud that we're on the stage. I think both GovBench doesn't engage the spirit of this debate, right? Because it's not about research or people's understanding on politics, but how they react to Trumpism as the only tagline or the only ideology the Republican will always go in the long run. The fact that people already hate and regret the tariff policy means that they do not like Trumpism as a whole or the entirety of the policy itself. They're aware, and exactly because they are aware, Republicans need to resonate its policy to people in order for them to win. That is the biggest point that comes only uniquely from CO in terms of what actually gives you the win inside the long run, and not just about whether or not it's a cult of personality debate that what opening exchange is also about. Let's first talk about both government bench, right? Because they assume that the Trumpism ideology is going to win because Trump has already won 2 elections. But I would just like to flag that this argument would only work if Trumpism is the only reason why Republican can win. If CO can prove to you why Republican didn't win because of Trumpism and because of the ideology, means that it won't be strategic for you to run it, especially in the long run when it's no longer Trump who does it. Firstly, Trump didn't win because Trumpism is grand. They win because Democrats fucked up. This means that Hillary Clinton, they tried way too hard to play the minority card, to play the women card, even if it doesn't resonate to majority of society, and especially the swing voters that is going to be the biggest actor in terms of giving you the win for the US politics. But Kamala also lost because she doesn't have a strong stance and tries too hard to appease everyone, but doesn't appease the people who would actually give you the win in terms of the election itself, right? So most likely, because you know that Democrats will send a better candidate in the future, you need to make sure that your own policy is something that actually relates to the people and is what people need in order for you to win. What you need is not Trump's shadow, but a clear stance for what you can actually offer. So let's first talk about OG and their lack of understanding for Trumpism, right? Because I think we already pointed out to the POI that they're just arguing for traditional Republican value per se and not Trumpism with their individual stance and with the individual shadow that they try to project to you under their side. What did they fail to prove to you? 3 things. First, how do you plan to promote Trumpism? Second, what specific values are they planning to defend? But thirdly, how is the specificity of Trumpism far better for other candidates who is not Trump? How is it going to be compelling for society for them to actually vote for Republican, right? What does this imply to you, right? Because I think if they fail to prove these 3 things, they're unable to make sure that people and other Republican candidates are able to win. But just to quickly flag, because I think CG is just derivative over OG's entire argument in terms of getting more benefits from Trump per se, because I think they, at the very least, they say that it's easy for you to find another Trump under their side of the house. We're going to prove to you why, without these 3 answers, both government bench cannot win. Firstly, we already asked through the POI, who's going to replace Trump in the next 2028 election? OG gives you no answer because they think it's not important, and CG tells you that they assume they can find another Trump. What is the biggest problem with this point, right? Because firstly, regardless of their answer, it really doesn't matter because no one else is Trump, but Trumpism is something that is only unique to Donald Trump. Trumpism is a shadow the Republican would only run as puppets, not a unique policy that gives them the middle ground, that gives them the entire standing point and the entire reason for people to vote for them, especially for the middle ground conservatives. Why is this important, right? This is most important because swing votes are the ones who would determine who is going to win for the next election, and that is what the Republican Party would actually want. But secondly then, I think all of OG and CG's promise for investment, for company, for Chinese competition, and etc. is only under Trump's name. But exactly because Trump can no longer run for another election because he's already gone through 2 of these elections means that they will lose all their benefits then under their side of the house. They're unable to prove to you as to why it's going to be unique under their side of the house for you to get all those competitions and economy. But thirdly then, I think even if they can find another better Trump like what CG tries to assert to you, unfortunately, people wouldn't be able to react well. Look at what happened to Ted Cruz and JD Vance, right? They're just being seen as a tokenistic and cheap replacement of Trump because you try too hard to manipulate the media, even if you do not have Trump's persona, even if you're not as charismatic to become the first felony that becomes the US president. That is the biggest problem that you have on their side of the house, right? Because you cannot just say that you have another white man who's anti-immigrant. It has to be specifically Trump or the shadows of Trump in which you cannot find that under CG's role. If not, it's only going to be seen as a tokenistic value that these Republicans have in terms of trying to run for the election. We've already proven to you under CO why Democrats is likely going to push for another better candidate, which is why in the future, if you're unable to get that upper hand, you're not going to win then under their side of the house. But most importantly, even if they can be successful in terms of pushing for their Trumpism, most likely it's also not going to be sustainable, right? Because you need to do anti-establishment all over again. Most likely, they will only be seen as radical because you do not want to create a lot of these, because you need to create all these controversies in order for you to win. It doesn't appease the middle ground society in which already proven to you what is most important in this round. So the framing of a projection is the most important in this debate because it is what gives you popularity, it is what guarantees you to win for these Republican Party. So what actually matters in this debate is the projection of Republican stance, exactly because Democrats will change, exactly because the Democrats will do better. You need to react accordingly to what society actually want and what they actually need on the ground in order for them to favor you in terms of their own election. Before that, opening.
Closing opposition does not have a counterfactual. We already explained to you structural reasons why people in the long run are going to be more polarized or more emotional about things. I think this is the reason why in comparative, even if it is no Trump, it's the better option.
Okay. Here's the thing, right? We've already proven to you why on Gen. We already told you that people hate the tax policy. They hate the tariff policy, in which we already proven why people do not resonate with it. But secondly then, on the idea of counterfactual, it's quite funny because O is the one who doesn't have a counterfactual. Gen is the one who gives you the counterfactual. What exactly will make Republicans win in the long run is the policy that is going to be good for the people. Because this is the missing link that OO missed, that is the most obvious counterfactual that you need. What makes the Republican win is the hard economic policy or the safety policy in which people actually need in order to survive. Firstly, because this guarantees people's livelihood. You do not want another 200% of tariff because it makes products a lot more expensive for people to get. It makes it very hard for you to pay these taxes in order for you to live your life and to make sure that your family is being provided with food, right? So people want good economical policy. That is the biggest thing that we want to push for you, not under Trumpism, but under the entire Republican value on conservative economic policies. This is exactly why you need pro-establishment. You need good regulation so that it eases them to open up business, to expand local industry, and etc. Because that is what puts food on your table and what makes people think is going to be most important in order for them to live. Why is this most important? I think first of all, based on counterfactual alone, we're able to win over 3 other benches because this is the concrete proof as to what people would actually need, especially the people in the middle ground, especially the people who are in swing states, and etc. But secondly then, moderation and appeasing society matters the most because it's not just the people in general, but also the swing voters who cannot, who do not want a lot of these radical policies in order for them to vote for the next president. So if you want to win for Republicans, you should vote for CO.
We thank the speaker for a fine speech and all speakers for an excellent debate. Please cross the floor, shake hands. We will deliberate.
entire history of Catholicism in the past. And lastly, this is a betrayal of the current Catholic Church, as in the current people that identify as Catholic, the current people that have spent so much of their days and time into their ideas and like now are going to be changes. Why is this important? Because of one, I believe that I am right and have a direct connection to God. This means that I'm betraying God, the ultimate authority, everything they believe. But two, because on government, it's likely that insofar as people are going to be changing the way that they're talking, they're going to be teaching heresy. And this is bad because I am on a fight against heresy. That's the whole purpose of the question of heaven and hell. Evil is going to win on their side of the house. Why is there going to be different things and why are they going to be drastic on their side of the house? One is because of the local context present. I think OG characterizes this quite well, right? The society changes in different ways and individuals might believe different things. But more importantly, the way that I empower individuals to understand the Bible differently is going to make me more likely as a priest to change the way that I interpret the Bible as well. This is going to make me question every single thing that I'm going to say. Suddenly I have authority over what I'm going to be able to talk about, but also I have earthly desires as well. I have the ability to be corrupted. I have the ability to be lobbied and the people around me are going to give me money for the sake of me supporting a particular candidate. All of these things are completely true. And insofar as it is, I'm likely to be prone to corruption. The likelihood of this amount of power being present in every single community means that these things are going to be prevalent on their side of the house, and this is a lot of power. Yes, I'll take closing. Opening.
Mechanism within the church to be able to call out these things, and this is constantly increasing with media presence and other things.
Yes, the church can call out these things, but the question here is on whether individuals are going to be empowered to change the way that they're going to be talking to their individuals. You have to defend that side. We don't defend that side. We don't want individuals to go to hell. Yeah, and also the perception of the priesthood is going to be diminished. Lastly, why is the Catholic Church going to be lower on their side of the house? The comparative is likely going to be similar to other denominations within Christianity. Don't know if you've noticed, they're much smaller than Catholicism. The reason why this is true is because they're a lot more segregated. Two reasons why this is bad. One, you are unable to organize things like money gathering things and things like that, but also the way that you communicate in between communities. When I move to a different place, I might not be necessarily sure which church I'm going to be following because I'm not sure if they follow the exact same morality compared to our side of the house. If you have a Catholic church, I'm able to go to a Catholic church everywhere on earth and I'm still going to be able to get the exact same thing. Catholicism, thus, is incredibly popular because it's a worldwide phenomenon that is coming from a centralized power. I can be anywhere, go to a church, and have a similar experience to what I have home. I feel at home at church. Please vote side OO.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. I invite the Deputy Prime Minister to take the floor.
Too small for this. Am I clearly audible? Before I will start, I want to thank a few people. Hey, Rina. I do not think there's a need to say how amazing of a friend you are and how fun you had made this extremely, extremely stressful hobby for me. I'm so happy we became friends and then became debaters. The second person who I obviously want to thank is Roy Schulman. He's the best coach. He's an amazing coach, and I'm very, very sorry he's not. Yes, Lucy, he is. And I hope he's not asleep right now because in Israel it's very, very late. I thank you very, very much. The third person is Guy Wolf, who stepped up when we were fine debaters and made us into amazing debaters. And I really, really had great fun hearing every speech he did there. The last people I want to thank is the whole Israeli debating community. You have been a home when I needed one. You have been friends when I needed a back. And I had the best time hearing your ideas, your worldview, and becoming more critical because of it. You're amazing, and you are my home. And we are going to win this debate in There are two main ways we win this debate. On the first level, on the metric of opening opposition. What do I mean? I mean that if we show you that less people are sinning because churches are liberal only in several places and not on all of the places because the church have to do differently, we win on their metric clearly. The second way we win is by showing you why simply more churches and more people are opting into Catholicism in the first place, and then they do the crazy things that opening opposition wants. Before I dive into it, I want to do one quick point of rebuilding. The only rebuttal we are getting is, listen, the Catholic Church is very forgiving. As a Jew, I'm still waiting for them to forgive me for giving up Jesus to the Romans. But let's be really real on that. You have to repent. You have to feel guilty, and when you're repentant and when you're feeling guilty, you have to do all of the stuff that Trina is talking to you about, all of the stuff that are really hard for you. You have to be abstinent. You have to be away from any drug there is. You have to be away from any joy, any pleasure on earth. I think that it's really hard on their side to repent, and I think it's, as they themselves analyze, it's really fun to go to the other side. B, they cannot hold it on both sides. They cannot say that every sin you do committing you to eternal hell, and on the second level say, no, they're so forgiving, it's so fine, really. Go do drugs, go have sex, go do abortions. It's only bad if your priest tells you to do it, but if you're doing it on your own, it's really okay. Have some rebuttals to opening opposition. What opening oppositions comes up and says to us? They say, listen, you put in a lot of effort, and because of that, you will not opt out. Reality check, as they themselves say, a lot of people are opting out of Catholicism because being liberal becomes more and more prevalent, because you have, as Rina already analyzed and got no rebuttal, more access to the internet, more access to how fun it is being outside of the church. But the second thing, you have a lot of pressure. You constantly need to think about every little thing you are doing. You constantly need to think of is this a sin? And it's extremely hard, especially in places when you're in a liberal environment, which is where the changes happen. If all of the people around me are having sex, if all of the people around me are doing light drugs, it's much harder for me not to do it. But if I'm a devout Catholic, it's still easier for me to not do abortions and to donate to the poor, which are the things that we think that will be on both sides, and which are the things that the Catholic Church wants. And then they come up and say, listen, this is a heresy. The Catholic Church is extremely strong right now. Why do they do this? On their own analysis, if it's so nice to go out of the Catholic Church, if the moment priests are given the option, they're going to say, no, go do abortions, go do have all of the fun. I do not think that the Catholic Church is as strong as they are characterizing. On the second level, this is a straight up lie. The Catholic Church knows it has to change itself. The Catholic Church already had a pope who said that it's okay to be gay because they know that if they do not do this, there's going to be immense pressure on them. There's going to be immense pressure on people to opt out. They're getting less donations and they're losing power. We're giving them as a unique mechanism to do this only in specific places, only in the most liberal places, only in the places in which this change would have happened anyway, while still keeping the things that are important and core values in the Catholic Church. We think that this is much better than the pressure that are applied to them right now. Before I go into impact, I would like an extension. No, and we do not think that the Holy See want to be more liberal because of the analysis your opening position gives. We think they are forced because of outside pressures. We think that they understand that there are places in which you cannot impose all of the limitations of Catholicism, but we do not think that the wet dream of the Catholic Church is that people will have wet dreams about leaving the Catholic Church. What are the impacts we are talking about? A, more people buying into Catholicism. A, people who were not Catholic in the first place. Why? Because now it's a nicer religion. You have the faith of Jesus. You can be loved. You have a nice community. And as they said, the Catholic Church is a very nice place. Why do they buy more? Because now it's less oppressive. Because now you do not have to do 100 different things that separate you from your environment, but you only have to do the core values. B, people donating more. Why? Because the Catholic Church has less worse PR, especially when there is in places where there is a core difference. If you say you have to be abstinent, if you say every time you smoke weed is a sin, people are going away from it. Alternatively, when you say love Jesus, when you say don't do abortions, when you say help the poor, much more people are opting into it because people want to feel good about themselves, because people want to feel like they're good in religion, but they do not want to do all of the suppressive stuff. 3, you have less people opting it out of it. What are our impacts? A, the Catholic Church can do more influence. A, because they simply have more money, they can help more poor people, they can do more nice things, but they can also build nicer church, they can do better PR, thus opting in new people who didn't believe in the first place. B, they simply spread the religion in more places. If open opposition wants more people opting in and less people opting out, we think that we have more Catholics on our side. But 3, you have more support for the causes that are important to you. I think that stealing is bad. I think that murder is worse. I think that when the Catholic Church has more people protesting against abortion, I think that when the Catholic Church has more people helping the poor, they care less about them being not abstinent in some places. We won in churches, we won on people, we won this debate.
Right, I thank the Deputy Prime Minister. Just a small point of order before the next speaker comes up. Do try when you give your POIs to use the microphones. I think the people watching back home would love to hear your POIs. It's also slightly easier for the judging panel, to be honest. Well, in that case, let's get cracking on. Deputy Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm going to test the mic. I tend to talk quite loud, so I'm going to stand a little bit further back, and I hope this is going to be audible. Before I start, I know people hate debating thank yous, and I do too, so I'm going to try to keep this short, but here goes. Firstly, thank you to Mai. He truly is an amazing debating partner. This is my first ever majors, and I couldn't be more glad to do it with him. Our prep season was amazing. We finaled every in-person comp we went to, including this, and I'm incredibly glad to be able to debate with him. Incredibly honored to have such an amazing teammate. To all the people in the audience, to all the people back home, both the people Mai already shouted out in the Slovenian community, but also my friends who might not know what debating is, but were still supportive of me throughout this entire tournament and wished me luck on rounds, and even before the tournament were supportive of me debating. The people who helped me come here, my parents, who helped me get to Panama, even though this is incredibly expensive. Finally, I think the debating community is an amazing place. And more importantly, it's an inclusive place where I think everybody should be able to have a voice and be represented. Sadly, this isn't always the case, and this is why sometimes these kind of things need to be said. This is not just about the flag that we have at our table and the things that Maya already told you. It's about the multitude of teams that weren't able to come to this Worlds, compete in this finals because of structural accessibility reasons, and I think this is something that we should all remember and keep with ourselves. Having the Palestinian flag, having other flags, and keeping this in the back of our heads is already action. You should do things that Maya urges you to do, but just realizing this and thinking about this is in itself important, as in itself change. Cool. Assuming the panel is ready. I want to take out opening government very comprehensively. Firstly, on the idea that people are going to leave the church because it is very fun and they're able to prevent this. Firstly, if the reason that people leave the church is to go out and fuck and have fun, they're probably going to do it comparatively on either side of the house, right? It's unclear to me why a minor change in the type of things your priest is going to be telling you is going to convince me suddenly that drugs are good and alcohol is good and I'm allowed to do these type of things. If this is the case of opening government, I think this just empirically goes against all of the dogma, and this improves the impacts that Mai talks to you about how horrible this is and how big acts of heresy these kind of things are. So the margin of impact on opening government is very, very small in terms of the people that do these kind of things. But B, if people just don't want a centralized church, there are multiple other branches of Christianity, and it's unclear to me why we wouldn't just go for Protestantism or any other of the branches that exist and are oftentimes more proximate to them in these kind of situations. It's unclear to me why we wouldn't go to the churches that currently exist in America and the United Kingdom. This is literally the historic splits that have happened in these kind of ways. Two, I want to talk about control, because they say that Pope gets a greater amount of control because suddenly there's a necessity to ask him when you're doing these kind of things. I want to flip this. Number one, I want to mitigate their claim. Even if you ask the Pope and the Holy See, it's unclear to me as to what they're going to do. You just have a realization that somebody wants to split away from you, and it's unclear what we're supposed to do in this current situation. It's unclear what type of things we're going to tell them. No, please don't do that, or we're going to fall on our knees and beg. I think this is just an unlikely comparative. There's no actual pragmatic shift. B, and more importantly, the only point at which you actually come to the Pope to ask for these kind of things, and the only point at which these kind of things are talked about, is when the thing makes you feel guilty. It is when going against the doctrine of the Catholic Church is something that you should not be doing, because it is then that in your subconsciousness you realize that maybe I should repent, that maybe I should go to Mass and confess my sins, that the way I have taught the Holy Scripture is wrong, that I've gone against the teachings of the Catholic Church. If it is true under opening government that a lot of priests genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing, it's unclear to me whether they're going to go to the Pope and ask for permission on their side of house. Thirdly, I want to flip on people who are going to leave the Catholic Church. I already mitigated this claim in terms of how many people are going to leave. And I think for these people, it broadly doesn't really make a massive difference, right? Because presumably you cannot change the dogma very much, otherwise we as the Pope would be betraying our own ideals, and the marginal shifts are going to affect a very small community of people. But there's a large community of people that is going to be affected by this debate. It is individuals who are Catholic. It is individuals who grew up Catholic and at least subconsciously believe in the things that the Catholic Church has told them. And this is important to note and already comes out in LO. Many people, specifically Catholics, opted into the religion with the perception of the Pope being the authority to God, the central individual and the focus of the entire religion. To them, Vatican is the holy city, and it is the place where the word of Christ can be spread to them, and this is the only way in which you're able to infer these kind of things. This is the things that they've been told to by their parents. This is the things they've been hearing from the Pope, who they view as the supreme authority. But this is also the thing that their regional preacher that they want to talk about has been telling them. This is the type of way that Christianity is often taught in the status quo under our side of the house, because of the reasons that the Catholic Church is able to impose on these priests in terms of guilt. And this is important now, because even if they say the priests are going to want to do this well, this doesn't matter. Because even if I'm really good and engaging and not problematic in the way that I teach Christianity, I'm able to appeal to my community. The cognitive dissonance that your average Catholic experiences, when the things that they've been taught throughout their childhood, the things that they personally believe, the things that the Holy Pope has been telling them, are challenged by people who in their eyes have less authority, who historically have had less authority. It is then that they opt out not only of the Pope, but also of the regional churches. It is then when these individuals that oftentimes fund Catholic churches and contribute to them because they're non-profit organizations decide to withdraw their funding because their local priest is teaching heresy. It is then that I stop teaching my kids to be Catholic because my local Catholic church is somebody that is betraying the word of the Pope, who I am truly loyal to. I think opening up government vastly underestimates the amount of devout Catholics that exist in the status quo, particularly within countries that have historically been Catholic, where the majority of this debate happens, in countries in Latin America, in countries in a lot of European instances where this is a prominent religion. It is all of these individuals that are likely to opt out for structural reasons that we have to do. I think this is massively destructive. Number one, because as the Pope, I just have a greater obligation to these individuals, because I do not see why I give a fuck about the heretics that want to go out and have sex. The people that I do have an obligation to, it is those that have historically funded my religion. It is those who allow me to be in power and get the privileges that I have. It is those who give me money for the churches to operate and money for the type of teaching to be happening. But this is a prerequisite, right? If these individuals opt out, there is nobody to tell their kids to be Catholic. If these individuals opt out, there's nobody who gives funding to the churches their opening government wants to talk about in order to spread more progressive messages. Finally, they say the world is liberalizing and therefore religion is falling behind. It is unclear to me then as to why some degree of liberalization is impossible in our side of the house. I think our closing correctly points out that the reasonable degree of liberalization through the Pope is likely to happen to some degree anyways. Why is this better in terms of the acceptance of these particular individuals? One, because they see the Pope as an unquestionable authority in a lot of instances. When you want to say, why is the Pope so liberal? The type of things that your fellow Christians are going to say to you is you're going against the Holy Pope. You're going against the literal word of God, and a person who's been able to build up such a strong cult of personality that the very challenge on the Pope is almost impossible within current systems of Christianity. It is then that I have more control over the type of things that we're going to teach. It is then that I'm more capable of adapting the general direction of the Catholic Church to the type of things that they want to go. Finally, I want to talk about community, because I say, the Catholic community is very important, and it's important types of people that opt in. But the wonderful part about the Catholic community is that it is international. Is when you go abroad and you meet a fellow Catholic, they believe the same thing. When you go abroad, you talk to your Catholics about dogma, and they tell you the same things that you have been taught. This is why the Catholic community is incredibly global and not centralized in specific regions. It is because the dogma that they are taught and the things that they are taught are identical across the world. It is then that they're able to access community benefits no matter how far away from their local communities and homes they are. It is this that we as the Pope care about, because it is this that we want to give the people on the ground all over the world. Close and give me your case.
Pope says, listen to the priest. But the people who are trying to leave the Catholic Church are probably the people you have the most obligation to, because they are the people you need to save from going to hell.
No, because they're already in hell, right? They're already contemplating these kind of things. They don't want to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, right? These are the individuals that have far less things. But B, I give you pragmatic reasons as to why it's true. I'm going to give a little bit of weighing, and this is important because it's dealing with the incentives of the actor in the motion. Firstly, it is a decision motion as the Catholics see. And it is the unbelievable and unavoidable feeling of betrayal that we're going to experience on their side of the house that is so destructive. This is a betrayal of God. This is a betrayal of that which gave us this authority and allowed us to have power. This is a betrayal of tradition, and tradition is important to us because we're Catholic. It is what our religion is based on. It is what countless people died in the Crusades for. It is the countless people we've killed in our mass inquisitions for. It is all the things that we have done in the past, good or bad, that have led up to this moment. But B, because this is a prerequisite type of thing, I only care about Catholicism spreading and teaching individuals Catholicism if it is the Catholicism that I perceive to be correct. If it is the Catholicism that I perceive to not damn these people to eternal real life in hell. And notice, even if the way it's taught is good on their side of the house and not very radical, it still damns them to hell because they betray tradition, they betray God, and they betray the Catholic Church, which is the word of God in and of itself. For all these reasons, clear OO.
I thank the leader of the opposition. To begin the closing half of the debate, I invite the government member to take the floor.
Yeah, so sorry, this is going to be a little bit long of a thank you speech. First, I want to thank my mom. She's never traveled internationally, but every time I had to travel for debate, she never said no, and she always helped me in getting to where I am, and I was only able to do that because of my parents. Secondly, I want to thank both of my coaches, Hadar and Elia. You've really improved my skill level, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here. Then to my partner, we started our first tournament together, and it's been 3 years, and it's always been great debating with Naina. If not for Naina, I wouldn't have stayed in the activity for so long. Lastly, to the seniors who really helped me to get to the place where I am, and countless people who without asking, just helped me so many times, put in so many hours of their effort. Mahor, Sai, and other people here. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Ready? Our extension is going to be simple. When the Holy See can't make changes like that effectively address everyone's needs and improve the retention of people leaving, like they usually make centralized changes that don't address what people want. I want to uniquely position this extension. I want you to note that OG's mecs for increasing retention are, like they say, there are 3 problems there. One, liberalization is increasing, internet access is increasing unlike other areas, and this inner conflict of people when they don't agree with the messaging of the church. I think I want to note 2 things here. One, the people who have a problems with this don't just they don't want to just opt into another church. They'll just probably just opt out of the religion in and of itself, because if you believe internet is there and the liberalization and you don't believe in the word of God, you'll opt out. But secondly, I want to note all of these problems are all around the world, and that is something that is central to everybody around the world, which means even in ops world you can just say things like, oh, you know what, if this is the exact problem that everybody is facing, everybody is liberalizing, and everybody has internet issues, internet is increasing and people are becoming liberal, let's just make a centralized policy that can still address the problem that opening government's talking about in opening opposition's world. What then is this debate about? I want you to note that this debate is about the people who opt out of Catholicism to go into other Protestant churches. Why is this the case? I want you to note, Protestant churches offer you much more choice because you can still achieve salvation by understanding the word of God, but you also can be your own true self being, because you can go to a gay church, you can go to a gay church, you can go to a pro-choice church in Texas. There are even Indian Protestant churches that reflect the Indian cultural values, which show things like you can do a feast for Jesus, you can do a procession, you can take him around like roads and streets and things like that. These are things that the Catholic Church is not able to do because it's so centralized and the rules and regulations are so strictly centralized, which means they're not able to effectively change policies and ensure that everybody's needs for spirituality is met equally. I think then the first contribution I'll make to you is why can't they make changes that effectively address everybody's problem? There are 4 structural reasons for this. The first thing to note is backlash. There are probably a large number of people who care about the Holy See and they see the Holy See as legitimate, right? Like O points about. What does this mean? This means that they care about the word that Pope says and they care about the true word of God, which means at a point in time when the Pope says something that is under scrutiny by everybody. If Pope says married people can also be priests, that is suddenly under scrutiny by everybody. But I think on the comparative, if some random priest in India is choosing to do things like, okay, you know what, we'll let more married people be priests, it's okay for the backlash that arises against the random priest in India is going to be very, very limited. Which means they have the more capacity to make the changes because nobody really gives a fuck about what is Catholic Church doing in India. But secondly, I want to note, right, you probably need to get you need to probably get the consensus of cardinals and bishops to make these decisions as a pope, because you can't just make these things all by yourself. I want you to note, all of these people are brought up in pure Catholic ways. If you're brought up in church for so long, and if you want to become a cardinal or someone who's at the position where you can make the decision or power, at the position where you can make the decision, that means you've been propagating the absolute true Catholic way for 70 years or so. You never really understand what is changing because that's what you've been doing for 70 years, which means the people who are priests are probably only there for 10, 12 years, which means they're more susceptible to understand the people's need and make the changes more effectively for what people need. But thirdly, I want to note, right, any changes that you made have to be centrally applicable for everyone as a Holy See. Because if you want to have a centralist structure like their side, which you can only make populist changes, because that's the only way you can effectively ensure everybody's there. But secondly, even if that is not true, you're limited by the changes you can make, because you can't just say things like processions are allowed because you want to have more people in India join the church. You can only do things like we'll decrease the Eucharistic ritual time, or things like we'll change the procedure of the Eucharistic ritual. These are things that people don't necessarily care about, and that's the only kind of things you can change as a pope. Fourthly, I want to note, right, why, when you're not able to make these changes and address the changes, and Protestant churches are making the changes and they're actively attracting people, you have only one strategy to do, right? You will only say that the things that Protestants doing are bad, so gay churches are something that is against the Catholic Church, and that is something that we don't have to do. This alienizes more people. This makes more people think that the Catholic Church is not for them, and the Catholic Church is not actually representative of what people want, and is not representing the people's spirituality. So what exactly does these changes look like, and why are these changes good, and the impacts of these changes? I wanted to note, in all form, it looks like something that people are looking for. So for example, in a liberal region, gay people in the region think that they want to be a part of the Eucharistic ritual, they want to be able to get the communion, but they're not able to get the communion, which means they say, you know what, I'll go to the Protestant church. These are the people who are going to be changing on our side, because if the priest is able to make the decision for himself that it's okay, I will let you have the Eucharistic ritual, this person is more likely to stay in the church, this person's family is more likely to stay in the church. But I think this also applies to a broad spectrum of people, right? Because if a Texan who's pro-choice, pro-life is saying that I want to go to a more radical church which propagates that kind of ideas, you're more able to get these people to our side of the world, because you're able to propagate what is necessary for the people in that particular region, and they're able to get the retention particularly. I think what this means is, on all levels, you're able to get these people to change. Yes.
Ignoring the fact that most of religion is perpetuated by traditional people that just do it in their family, this is a betrayal of God on your side of the house. You need to
I'm getting to it. I think two responses to opening opposition for why this is not a betrayal of God. Firstly, I want to note, if they believe that Pope is the strong cult of personality that everybody believes in, if Pope says, listen to the bishops chosen by the God to guide you to salvation, listen to the bishops I chose you, who will guide you in a more personalized way to salvation, people are going to be listening to them. But secondly, I want to note, right, I don't know in what world people are listening to popes, because Pope speaks in a weird language. I don't care enough about the Pope to go actually understand what is he saying and what is the policies of the Catholic Church. Most people just interact with the local priest because they go to the priest on Sunday and they only listen to what the local priest says. So at least on scale, a lot of people just listen to what the priest says, and insofar as the priest is able to represent most of their interests in a more personalized manner, more people are able to stay in the Catholic Church. 4 reasons for why priests are able to do this properly, and these changes are not going to be large radical changes, but more small changes that they're able to, priests are also brought up in a pure Catholic way, which means they don't want to deviate too much. What these priests end up doing are there from the local communities, right? Like a Catholic priest from India is also from India, which means he understands the cultural differences in India, which means he is able to regularly, if he's able to regularly interact with the people, he understands why the people are leaving the church, because they feel like what are the problems and things like that. I think they also run social welfare things, etc., which means they're generally interacting with people a lot more, which means they understand the major problems that they have, and this decentralized way lets them effectively change and get more people retained on our side. OG is like...
I thank the government member. I now invite the member of the opposition to take the floor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so before I start my speech, I also have a thank you speech. But before that, just a piece of clarification. I'm only debating, so there's nothing about my personal opinion, and nothing in my speech is related to China. So yeah, nothing is related to China. And before I start my speech, I want to express my sincere gratitude to those who helped us along our debate careers. Thank you to our friends who are shouting the name of our institution and who come here to support us today. And thank you to those who are physically in China but mentally with us. I just really want to mention a few names. Thank you to Betty, Andy, Yolanda, Jerry, Mary, Catherine, Mindy, Iris, and many other members of our debating society. And also thank you to other Chinese debaters who are really kind and supported us a lot. Thank you to Ray, Ivy, Judy, Momo, Lauren, Aaron, and Sharon, and many, many others. And a special thank to HFLS, which is my high school, and Celine, who's my high school debate partner. Thank you for introducing me to debate, and it really changed me a lot in my formative years. Last but not least, thank you, Elle, for being so supportive in both my debate career and also in my life. 2024 was a bit tough, but you made it easier and happier. Last of the last, we are really proud to be the first team from Chinese mainland to make it to the ESL final. But yes, thank you. But I truly believe for the Chinese debate community, the best is yet to come. Okay. So without further ado, my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. The first thing I want to prove in my speech is that flexibility of reform and interpretation of dogma across different regions still exists on the opposition side of the House. Why is that the case? Because if you look at the info slide, it said two-speed church means local or regional church determine the doctrines and practices and the ways in which they adopt reforms, right? On our side of the House, the key asymmetry is the central Holy See are going to determine the different regions, different pace of reform, and different kinds of interpretations of dogma, but still, different pace of reform and different kinds of interpretations of dogma can still exist on our side of the House. Why is that necessarily the case? 3 reasons. Firstly, empirically, it happens in a status quo, right? If you look at the status quo, different regions already have different degrees of liberalization, different kinds of reform, and different kinds of interpretations and dogmas. That is the reality that government side cannot deny. And the second thing here is the incentive for the Holy See to do that do exist on our side of the House because you don't want to lose lose the support of any local church, right? Obviously, you're not stupid. Obviously, you also care about the, relatively speaking, more radically conservative side and the more radically liberal side of local church. Obviously, the incentives to exist, so you're still able to have some degree of incentive to approve of different regions, different pace of reform proposals and stuff. Thirdly, we also think capacity to make sure that we're able to determine it in a reasonable way exists on our side of the house as well, because there's communication between like local level churches and the Holy See, and we probably have more communication on our side of the house, which we will prove later on. And also because the Central See do have some level of power to appoint like the leaders of local level churches and stuff, we are able to make sure that on our side of the house, the flexibility do exist. And I think this extension is extremely important because we defeat opening government's idea about inner conflicts within religions and stuff, which opening opposition actually failed to do. Now, the second piece of extension, why we have more liberalization on our side of the house, directly defeating opening government and flipping their impacts. The first thing we want to prove here is that the Holy See is on the more liberal side of Catholicism in general. Why is it the case? 3 reasons. Firstly, Western countries, including like US and many European countries that are quite powerful, that have like strong narrative power in media and stuff, are also largely Catholic, right? So they do have like strong narrative power to determine, and these countries are on the more liberal side, which means when it comes to the Holy See, it's more likely to be on the liberal side. The second reason here is that these rich nations which are more liberal usually also donate more to the Holy See, right? That necessarily means they have more decision-making power and they have more say in the Holy See, necessarily meaning that it's on the more liberal side. The third reason here is that we think the Holy See also have the long-term incentive to make sure that these religions are going to survive in the long run. And to survive in the long run, you necessarily have to fit into the long-term trend, which is liberalization, right? For all of these 3 structural reasons, the Holy See is on the more liberal side of Catholicism. Now, the second thing to prove under this part of extension is why on our side of the house, the liberalization is going to be successful after it have the incentive to liberalize. Firstly, why Holy See will successfully persuade local level regions to be more liberal. Firstly, we think we have a lot of negotiation incentives on both sides of the house. On our side of the house, when the Holy See have more power, the Holy See obviously actually have like more incentive to communicate and like trickle down its reforms and stuff to the local level churches. And we also think local level churches have more incentive to communicate with the Holy See on our side of the house, because on our side of the house, you have to listen to the Holy See, right? So communications increase way more on our side of the house. And the second part of this, why is it necessarily successful? Because we think the Holy See is not stupid, right? You obviously are going to persuade the local churches in a way that, for example, you're going to give them incentive to liberalize. For instance, if you liberalize, I give you more money. If you liberalize, I give you more benefits in different kinds of forms. So we necessarily believe that these regional churches will also agree with the Holy See to liberalize to a massive degree on our side of the house. After the liberal See decide to liberalize, why is it necessarily successful in the reality? Why can we land the benefits then? Firstly, we think obviously the regional level like churches and also the Holy See is not stupid, right? So we don't think it's going to be the radical reform that opening opposition try to conveniently characterize. We think it's probably the incremental kind of reform that is quite progressive. And you also have like a lot of expertise and information, and the Holy See probably have more of these expertise and information to determine the reform in a progressive and reasonable manner. And secondly, we also think you have the ability to frame the reform and gradually change your interpretation and stuff. You can also learn from the different places, from the different examples, different cases of reform and different cases of interpretation to make sure that when you try to like apply it into more regions, you apply it in the reasonable manner. What is the comparative then? On their side of the house, number one, I think the more conservative regions literally have no incentive to liberalize, because you don't need to listen to the Holy See on your side of the house that much, given that you don't have to get approval from them. You can just, decide whatever you want to do with yourself, right? And given that it is not that easy to liberalize, so you do need like incentive to liberalize, which doesn't exist on the other side of the house. Secondly, I think Holy See also have less capacity to push for more liberal reforms because there's less communication, there's less information, and also because you simply don't have that level of control. What is the impact then? Firstly, I think more liberalization necessarily benefit the local people, and especially the relatively speaking more vulnerable people like the minorities and females, the more like the sexual minorities and stuff, right? So this is quite important. And number two, I think more liberalization is also in the incentive of the Holy See, because it guarantees the long-term survival of religion in the long run, make sure that it fits into the trend of the society. Yes, OG. no. On our side of the house, they trust the Pope more. On our side of the house, they listen to the Pope more. On our side of the house, they communicate with the Pope more. Now, next extension. Why radicalization and fragmentation is going to happen on government side of the house, and why is that extremely bad? First mechanism, different regions decide on their own reforms and doctrines and practices, and given that I've already proven the most conservative branch and the most liberal branch probably don't have much incentive to change, at least it's less likely to change, right? This means different churches in different regions are more and more different on their side of the house, directly leading to like radicalization and fragmentation. And also because the lack of communication, right, which is my second mechanism, the Holy See have less communication with regional churches, which means regional churches have less incentive to report everything, to communicate with the Holy See, given that they don't have that much control over you. You don't need to get their approval and stuff, and oftentimes they think it's like unnecessary and not efficient. When they don't have to do it, they don't want to do it, right? The impact here is firstly, we flip OG's impact about like less inner conflict, because on your side of the house, there's more radicalization and more fragmentation, which means different churches are more and more different with each other. And I think at some circumstances, they also have to compete with each other and justify their own radicalization branch. And that is why there's going to be more inner conflict on your side of the house. And secondly, I think on our side of the house, when we have less radicalization and fragmentation, this is also very important and in the interest of the Holy See, given that this is an actor debate, because you want more control and less certainties. More fragmentation directly leads to more uncertainties. For all of these reasons, very proud to oppose.
I thank the member of the opposition. Yes, I do understand there's only one mic per bench. Just pass it around. I'm sure you are debating against each other, but I don't think they'll be so malicious. They'll be like, no mic for you. Right, well, to close the case for the government, the whip may now address the House.
Hi. So I have a few thank yous to make. First, and most importantly, to Sharon for being the best teammate that anyone could ask for being enthusiastic for the two of us when I couldn't, and for reminding me of all the good things that debate gave to my life when I felt like I should quit. I'm so glad we were on this journey together. To my coaches, Hadar and Ilya, thank you for seeing the promise in us, and thank you for working tirelessly to help us reach where we are today. And finally, the greatest thing that all of us need to take away from debating is to keep an open mind. No belief is wrong just because you disagree with it, and no policy or action is an absolute good just because you think it is. I'll start on that note. Right, starting in 3, 2, 1. Two responses to CEO. Firstly, the case is a knife to OO. OO says that the church does not want to make any big changes or liberalize, and this is terrible for it. CO says that you should liberalize. There's no way we can reasonably engage with both of these. OO's characterization is more likely. Sharon has already explained to you why the Holy See is unlikely to make many big changes, right? Secondly, note that CO doesn't tackle anything about how churches make the small changes that happen in most regions, right? This is not about large-scale liberalization, and that is exactly what we characterize the debate to, right? OG just says things like, oh, the church will change policies about things like abstinence or things like abstinence, right? We give you a more reasonable characterization of this, right? It actually looks like the church in Latin America allowing priests to be married. It looks like churches in, say, India or other parts of Asia allowing the inclusion of, say, indigenous practices or other things into the rituals, right? These are region-specific changes, not broad changes that affect everybody, which the Catholic Church will anyway never do for the reasons Sharon explains to you. Our characterization is far more persuasive. Quickly on why these changes are extremely necessary. If you don't allow married priests or female priests in Latin America, you simply won't have enough people available to run the church because you're not able to get it, because that is exactly the problem they're facing the status quo. Not enough people want to work in the church. They don't see this as a valuable career option that makes them enough money to keep their families running. Which means that having these priests is a prerequisite for any of the beliefs for any propagation of Catholicism or getting any benefits that the Holy See wants to get in the first place. if in other places, right, it's necessary to include local traditions because that is how you're able to recruit people on a large scale. When indigenous people feel like their religion is causing them active discrimination, or when people feel, or when people feel like their religion is not satisfying their beliefs, they're likely to switch to another religion. But it's so much more easy for them to switch to their other religion and pick Catholicism as their other religion if the traditions that they care about, if the festivals or the way they celebrate things, or simply like all of those things are part of the Catholic Church as well. It's so easy for the Catholic Church to draw these people and increase its flock. This satisfies the benefit that all sides want, which is increasing the buy-in and opt-in to the Catholic Church, right? People want these traditions to be part of it because it's part of their nostalgia from, what they used to celebrate, whatnot, right? But also finally, right? Note that this policy has existed to some extent within the Catholic Church. The two-speed approach looks like the things I described to you in Latin America, looks like the things I described to you in India. This is exactly what the two-speed policy is. And this is exactly why the Catholic Church has been able to expand its reach within these two regions. We think it's an excellent thing that it's able to do so. Right. Next on why our extension is really so important, right? OG just says, hey, you need opt-in. But why? The Pope is not an employee who needs to give Excel figures to God every month, right? The reason opt-in is so important is that the Holy See feels that it's a personal responsibility to stop people from going to hell, which means the more people they can get into the flock, the more people that they can stop from leaving the flock, the more they're fulfilling their divine duty to God, right? But also secondly, right? And note that they care a lot more about this than things like having control over the population, because this is their literal divine duty. It's more important than OG's explanation of control. But also secondly, right, note that these priests on an individual level, they feel terrible when Harry, who used to come to church for so long, suddenly leaves the church because he feels like it's actively speaking out against its beliefs or simply not including its beliefs. You feel like the priest feels like they failed them, which is why they want to maintain this opt-in, which is why it's so crucial for them, right? This is much more why it's so crucial to them. Also, secondly, why is opt-in actually important is because it's a prerequisite for all the benefits of the faith, and the Holy See is well aware of this, right? You can only get the benefits that you want people to have, which is the feeling of catharsis, which is the feeling of safety when you're scared, that God will be there for you and protect you. If you're sick or you're worried about death, that it's okay, you will go to heaven. All of these benefits that people want, that the Holy See wants people to have, they can only have if they feel like the church is actually there for them, if they feel like the church actually cares about them. The second thing then from what Sharon explained to you is why people feel so much more cared about them, right? OO, and here I'll start with responding to OO. OO tells you that people feel unclear of what being a Catholic means. They feel like, the church is betraying them and so on, right? Firstly on this, right? The Pope the way that this is done, and we have obviously fiat for this, and this is just sensibly how the church would do it, is the Pope telling you, trust in your pastor, right? The pastor who is the proximate authority, who you're used to going to church every single day and listening. Your dad is not the main authority of the Catholic Church that you see, it's probably a pastor, tells you that you should believe in what they're espousing to you, which means that the average person, and largely this in groups who are people who are already committed to the Catholic Church, are the people who are going to believe this most, that when the priest says you can make these changes, and the priest says these changes are good, they're going to trust the priest because they have done that literally all their lives, right? The Catholic Church can do this messaging in a good way. It's unclear from OO why they do it in a bad way, right? But also secondly, right, note that the maximum change that's going to happen is going to happen in places where this change is absolutely desired by the people and demanded by the people, which means these people are not going to feel like the church is betraying them. They're going to feel like the church is finally listening to them and giving them the changes that they have wanted all this life. This actually increases opt-in in those areas. Before I move on,
Any amount of change only matters if we as the Pope want these kind of things. We tell you why surrendering authority in the first place is betraying the Catholic tradition, is betraying God. So even if you do it well, in the action of surrendering our authority, we're betraying God, we're betraying the church.
Right. Very simple. You care about fulfilling your duty to God, and your duty to God is not maintaining every single line that was written in the Bible. It's making sure that most people, and as many people as possible, follow the most important tenets of your religion. You know that this is likely what God wants you to do, and this is likely the only thing that you can do, which means you're more scared of so many mass exodus out of the church and nobody following this than you are of allowing a few small changes which probably don't impact the biggest things you care about as a religion, right? But also the second rebuttal to OO here, right? They tell you, hey, you feel betrayed. But no, most people don't actually know what happens in other places around the world. They don't actually have the capacity to travel there. That is not covered in their local news, which means what they know most is what is happening around them. And what is happening around them is that the average Texan feels that their more conservative views are being represented in the preachings of the church, are being represented in the views that the pastor tells them to do, which means they feel the exact opposite of betrayal. They feel like the church is listening to them, the church is worth staying in, and this is when they actively opt in more to the church, when they feel like the church cares about them. But also finally, we way over OG because we explain that they just say exposure is why people are opting out. We say the church actively refusing to make changes, which it can't make, as Sharon explains to you, is why people are opting out. And also the church actively producing rhetoric against people who are trying to opt out also causes people to opt out.
I thank the government whip. To bring the debate to a close, I invite the opposition whip to address the House.
Happy to see that this time you mentioned the U. Okay, so before I start, as the last person who's gonna speak in this final, acknowledgement. So yeah, thank you to my partner Carol, without whom I might already give up in Istanbul airport, and thanks for her support and companion. And especially thanks for one of my best friend, Aaron, who offered me comfort when I couldn't break in a lot of tournaments, and without whom I might already give up debating for like a year ago. And thanks to a lot of my friends from China, Andy, Mingdi, Momo, etc., names already mentioned by Carol. And another thing that's very important is that I started debate only after I got in BFSU, and that means I'm kind of the representation for a lot of EFL debaters, especially in Chinese circle, who don't really have the kind of resources and find it extremely hard, especially in international platform, to be heard. And what I want to say is that we're here, we're debaters. Like, we're just a bunch of people who want to know the world a bit better, and we deserve to be heard, and we can be heard. At the end of today's debate, we already agree that liberalization or liberal reform is the only way that we can guarantee the long-term stabilization of believers. That's the only way we can attract more believers in today's fast-changing society. But my partner is the only one who give you the analysis why radicalization is very likely to happen in government side of house, why liberalization is only happening in our side of house with a bunch of mechanisms, and we have the kind of incentive analysis instead of just like opening opposition. I pointed out, like the central church is gonna be like a controlling parent who wants to see every believer believing in his doctrine. We give you much more layered analysis about why church doesn't want to see radicalization, why church doesn't want to see the kind of diversified belief in this kind of local churches. Because we have pointed out the uniqueness of Catholic Church is that the number of believers that could be saved at the end of today's debate, that when the Jesus come back, is extremely important, and the most important metric the church value in today's debate. And that is why the number of people who believe in Christianity, the number of people who actually have the kind of capability to be included is extremely important, the only metric that we should value in today's debate. And we already agree that because Catholic has been existing for a long time, so the Catholic Church have the kind of long-term incentive to guarantee that more believers and a large number of believers will convict into Christianity at the end of today's when Jesus comes back. And that is why we went to this debate. And then rebuttals to closing government. So closing governments are quite derivative. They're using the same mechanism, opening government, about churches being good, about regional churches are so good to these regional people, they can catering every people's needs, and they didn't provide us any incentive analysis, and especially they used the premise that local church will change liberally, local church will take care of its local people, which is actually not true, and their impact is like, we're gonna have more diverse church options so that everyone's happy. All's response is that you will be seen as a traitor. Our response is that, no, it's not just about individual level of being a traitor, but also about the uniqueness of Catholic rule. That is, for example, the first reason why Catholic Church and the church rule in the local region is more likely to be majority rule. And second is that, why local church have the kind of possibility to have power monopoly in their side of house. And then opening government. Opening government basically are saying, so first they think we're gonna have less discussion, they're gonna have more discussion if we have the kind of two-speed policy, which is not likely to happen. Because only in our side of house, the central church is taking the burden of making better policies, to pushing the reform, no matter being liberal or conservative, right? And that is why only in our side of house, they have the kind of burden to push for more discussion and leave for room for discussion, or they're gonna be lobby, or they're gonna be the voices against them. That is why discussions with local churches is more likely to happen in our side of house instead of up, because in government side of house, they directly give a lot of power to local churches, which enables them to reject communication instead, but directly impose their action. Second is that they say that local churches are good, local church cares about people. Well, here's several reasons why local churches actually don't care about people. So the first reason is that local churches are basically the rule of local neighborhood. And local neighborhood, especially when we're talking about small regions and this privileged area, what the kind of consistence of the local people are quite exclusive, are quite consist of the majority of group, for example, from the same ethnicity. That is why the church from that local region is more likely to be majority rule, and that is why a lot of people that is suffering from this kind of like different choice from the surrounding voice are more likely to be alienated and disrespect in their side of house. And lastly is that they say the local reform is more likely to succeed. This is not true, because local reform is actually hard to change. For example, the leader of local churches are more likely the people who know everyone in his local neighborhood. That is why if you want to change the interpretation of the doctrine, or you want to change certain practice, the kind of opposing voice is extremely hot, and you have to explain to everyone you know that you're going to change this, and everyone will have this kind of more incentive to push you back, to actually say that you're bad, and to push you down the power. And that is why it's extremely hard for local churches to change, and they don't have the incentive to change, because very easily when you give them the power, they're going to have the power monopoly in their side of house. And lastly, they say that regional church is extremely good. No, they are not good, because in areas where the church or Catholic believers are minority, like pointed out by opening government, then the church's believers and the leaders in church, they tend to feel like they're different. They are the one who hold the truth, unless they are intervened by the central government to be liberalized, which is enabled in our side of house uniquely. And then weighing against opening opposition. So opening opposition give us this kind of comparison that whether people have access to central government or not. The real comparison is that with this kind of two-speed system happening, we directly have a separation between the local churches and the central churches. Directly means that the narrative are more controlled in local churches, because the local people know the local leaders and they grew up alongside by them. That is why the kind of comparison they give is not enough. Our comparison about the premise of consistency is uniquely proved in our side of house about reform is the only way to attract more believers, and our side and CO is the only one who uniquely step in and prove to you why consistency can only happen in our side of house. No. And then why consistency is only likely to happen in our side of house. My partner already proved to you that flexibility will happen because the burden is uniquely being put on the central churches. That is why the central churches have incentive to include local churches, include the discussion, and central churches have more information and more power for like how many believers we actually have for this year global wide, and that is why they have much better incentive, much better capacity to push for discussion and push for reform. And secondly is that liberalization is more likely to happen according to a lot of reasons my partner already gave you, because a lot of the narrative control of comparatively developed and liberal country about the churches have long-termist goal, etc., etc. And my partner already proved to you this kind of uniqueness of Catholic churches' incentive about having a bigger number of people included in this kind of belief, and the kind of consisting metric that the consisting mechanism that is pushed by opening opposition is simply not enough because of structural reasons. Yeah.
All right, thanks everyone for a lovely debate. Please cross the floor, say nice things to each other, and we will leave you on tenterhooks until the actual decision is announced. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Could you please take your seats? Could everyone please take their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Good evening, everyone. We are ready to begin. Could everyone please return to their seats? Once more, please return to your seats. Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Could everyone please return to their seats so we can begin the open final? Good evening. My name is Diana Abad, for those who have not met me over the course of this week. And I am deeply honored to serve as your Masters of Ceremonies for the World University's Debating Championship 2025. Before we proceed, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and my deepest respect to our esteemed dignitaries joining us tonight. His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha, Minister of Foreign Relations of the Republic of Panama, Honorable Neftali Zamora, Member of the Panamanian National Assembly, respected Luis Segarro, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Security of the Republic of Panama, respected Zoraida Jimenez, Director of Environmental Culture of the Ministry of the Environment of the Republic of Panama, respected Ana Lucia Santamaria, Youth Coordinator of the Ministry of Social Development of the Republic of Panama, respected Daniela Noriega, President of the Panamanian Debate Association and Convener, respected Juanita Incapié, Chief Adjudicator, respected Caroline Quinsala, Managing Director. Thank you for your presence and for your invaluable support for this event. We are deeply grateful for the role your leadership has played in making this championship possible. And I would also, of course, love to give a warm welcome to all of you, the academic team, the host team, participants, observers, and everyone joining us here this evening, both in presence and online. To begin our ceremony, it is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Daniela Noriega, convener of Worlds 2025. Please join her in a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. As I stand here in the precipice of the conclusion of Panama Worlds 2025, I am filled with immense pride and gratitude, and even a little relief. This has been, no lie, an incredibly challenging week, a week that has brought together some of the sharpest minds, boldest arguments, and most inspiring individuals from every corner of the world. This has been a truly historic moment for Panama, a tournament led by 5 women, most of them all Latin American, bridging the gap between the LATAM circuit and the WUDC community. Before I delve into reflection and thanks, let us take a moment to appreciate the incredible memories we've created together. We've lived moments of passion and of anger, joy and fear, triumph and failure. We've welcomed the year with minds more open and hearts fuller of diversity, knowledge, friendship, and dedication. Amongst accessibility issues and financial strife, Panama Worlds has been as much of a connection as it has been about resilience, as it has been about competition. This tournament, however, has not only been about fostering critical thinking and debate, it has been an opportunity to demonstrate the impact of debate on a larger scale. At ASPADE, we believe in debate as a tool for building not just exceptional debaters, but also empowered individuals ready to shape the future of Panama and the world. hosting Panama Worlds 2025 is part of a broader vision. By bringing events like this to Panama, we are not only elevating the competitive standards for our debaters, but also enriching our country's economy and reputation on the international stage. Much like the impact of Spanish Worlds Semude in 2023, this event has strengthened Panama's position as a global hub for intellectual exchange. None of this would have been possible without the unwavering support of key allies. Our heartfelt thanks go to the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who have always supported Aspalis's projects, with this being no exception, even though the change in administration meant that there were new authorities. Thank you, for you have been steadfast in your commitment to ensuring the success of this championship and our projects. The continued partnership with government institutions like the Ministry of Education, the Electoral Tribunal, and the Ministry of Environment has been instrumental in making Panama Worlds a reality. And we are deeply, deeply grateful for their trust and belief in our vision. Looking ahead, our work from Aspale is far from done. We are thrilled to announce that Panama will host World Schools Debating Championships this July. We hope we can count on your continued support to make that event just as impactful as Panama Worlds 2025. Additionally, we are excited to continue collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through initiatives like Par Latino Joven, which empower young leaders across Panama in representation of over 200 debate clubs, most of them public institutions. We sincerely believe that debate and dialogue, without them, there is no civic empowerment and no democracy, and that it is the most versatile path towards a more engaged and globally conscious youth and more equitable society. Once again, it means so much to us, everything the new administration at the Ministry of Security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been able to do in order for Panama Worlds and its participants. Quiero agradecerles desde el fondo de mi corazón por ayudarnos a construir el Panamá que todos queremos, un Panamá que debate. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Danny. It is now my distinct privilege to invite His Excellency Javier Martinez Acha, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, to deliver our keynote address. With over 27 years of experience in finance and investment, Minister Martinez Acha has managed global corporate portfolios with great success. He holds degrees in industrial engineering, economics, and law from institutions such as Texas A&M University and the University of London, alongside postgraduate expertise in international law and arbitration. Fluent in Spanish, English, and French, Minister Martinez Acha excels in international diplomacy and multicultural settings. Please, let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but I don't like protocols. All my life has been in the private sector, but 1 year I was the head of intelligence of my country, 20 years ago. And you don't have time for protocol intelligence. So I try to give diplomacy the efficiency of the private sector. I have to be sincere with all of you. So far, in 6 months, I have been before great audiences, United Nations, the OAS, head of states, a king, and many others. But never in my life with such a competitive and talented group of young people. Congratulations. I was told to prepare some ideas so you could be inspired, if I can say that. So let me be very, very sincere. I am going to talk to you as a friend. So lend me your ears and don't use your iPod for the next 10 minutes, please. What can I say? Debating is essential for our society. We need to connect the real interest of our world with reality. We need to relate the current affairs that affect everybody to try to find solutions. We face many challenges as a society. The artificial intelligence is a challenge itself. The environment, the critical thinking to change society, music, or even sport. You don't know, but we debate every day. We debate even in social media, in platforms. But we need to debate to find or to promote solutions to the huge problem that humanity faces to date. Right now, I understand that you come from many countries and the 5 continents. It is essential to promote a debate of democracy, the type of democracy that we want. Of course, we need to adjust to the times. We need to adjust to the necessity of each country, but always, the only road to find solution is within democracy, within tolerance, and with the participation of everybody. Nobody can be excluded of trying to find solutions to the problems of each of your nations. Debating is a very safe space. It has an environment where everybody needs to be respected and valued. The topics that you present in debating with your peers should be your sincere opinions. Your reasoning should come from the conviction that what you are praying is what you believe. And why? Because you need to leave an impact in society. Don't be afraid, because of your age, to try to leave an impact. Today in Panama, we have a great generation of young politicians that have won elections and have a prominent space in the National Assembly right now. And their story, I was learning backstage, probably started here debating. Here we have a senator, diputado. So it is essential that you young ladies and boys consider that the life ahead is a constant debate. And you will take real decisions after debating. So I invite everybody to participate in debating in school, in universities, in your neighborhoods, even within your family. I debate with my 4 children, and I have to tell you, I lose most of my debate with my 4 children. Don't ask me why. Essential. What you're doing here, during your preparation to be here, And from now on, you are building your critical thinking. You are teaching us, you are teaching yourself to analyze information, and very important, you in the audience need to identify what's fake news. Debate with ideas. In that regard, you will encourage the interest of debating and also will give very, very support to the debate that you are carry on. I need to recognize the value and your effort. I am 61 years old. I was very afraid to talk in public. Again, I dedicated my life to the private sector. And then 20 years ago, I realized that I will use the figure to speak publicly when I have great audiences. So people that know me think that I am very, reserved, quiet. But when I find this audience, I find courage and also the stamina to be here. I know you have a long night, so I need to be finishing. But you will find reward in your participation in all debates, where the public, in your private life, in your business, or your company, you need to contribute. Don't be afraid to express your idea. I encourage the participation in all issues. Our society needs you all. We need that you are empowered to contribute to form active and responsible citizens. And this is a great initiative to be great citizens. Thank you very much. I wish you the best.
Thank you very, very much, Your Excellency. Now we will have a few words by respected Luis Segarro, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Security, the Republic of Panama. Please let us welcome him.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Me acojo a los saludos protocolares. Es un honor dirigirme a ustedes en esta ceremonia de clausura del Campeonato Mundial Universitario de Debate, un evento que ha reunido a mentes brillantes de diferentes latitudes, reflejando el poder transformador del diálogo y el pensamiento crítico. Hoy celebramos la excelencia académica y la capacidad argumentativa de los participantes, así como también los valores fundamentales que el debate fomenta: respeto, tolerancia y búsqueda de la verdad. En un mundo que enfrenta retos complejos, estos valores indispensables para construir sociedades más justas y seguras. Quiero felicitar a la Asociación Panameña de Debate, ASPADE, y sus distinguidos miembros por la impecable organización de este campeonato, por su constante compromiso con el desarrollo intelectual, cívico, de nuestra juventud. Este espacio, más que un torneo, es una plataforma para que los jóvenes construyan ideas, cuestionen paradigmas y sobre todo se conviertan en agentes de cambio. A los participantes, quiero decirles que son el ejemplo vivo de que la palabra puede ser más poderosa que cualquier arma. Ustedes con sus argumentos han demostrado que el verdadero liderazgo nace de la capacidad de escuchar y de proponer soluciones con responsabilidad y visión. Todos ustedes son ganadores por el impacto que tendrán en sus comunidades y en nuestro futuro colectivo. Representando al Ministerio de Seguridad, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de apoyar iniciativas como esta, que fortalecen los cimientos de una sociedad pacífica y participativa. Ustedes son aliados estratégicos en la construcción de un mundo donde prevalezca el entendimiento sobre el conflicto y donde la juventud sea protagonista del cambio positivo. Les agradezco por haber elegido a Panamá como sede de este campeonato, por haber enriquecido nuestra nación con sus ideas y por demostrar que a través del debate el entendimiento global es posible. Les invito a llevar esta experiencia a sus países y comunidades y a continuar siendo líderes comprometidos con el desarrollo humano. Felicitaciones nuevamente a todos. El futuro está en sus manos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, respected Luis Segarro. With this, we conclude the protocolar element of today's final. We would like to thank all speakers and dignitaries that have joined us today. We are still in prep time for open finals teams. We will continue with the open final once teams have made their entrance. See you soon.
If you could help us out by turning around and saying cheese. They're taking a selfie for those of you who want to turn around and say cheese.
One part or another, yeah? Test, test, shrimp, shrimp. Okay, it works. Is this... Can we all settle down? The finals is soon about to start. Shrimp.
Okay.
Settle down. Order. No.
Okay, everybody, we are very happy to start our open grand final. And for this, I give the floor to our grand finals chair, Milos Marjanovic.
Thank you all. So it is a time to introduce the teams. In the top left corner, in opening government, huge round of applause for Bates A!
Yeah, the people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You can pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means. APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the strings. You can ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rubble, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets
Challenging them from the land down under in opening opposition, we have Sydney B. Right. Nice song. Striking from the bottom left corner in closing government, we have Dartmouth A!
The bullets out your gun, the bullets out your gun. We move undercover and we move as one. Through the night we have one shot to live another day. We cannot let a stray gunshot give us away. We will fight up close, seize the moment and stay in it. It's either that or meet the business end of a bayonet. The code word is Rochambeau, dig me? Rochambeau! You have your orders now, go man, go. And so the American experiment begins with my friends all scattered to the winds. Lawrence is in South Carolina, redefining bravery. We'll never be free until we end slavery. When we finally drive the British away, Lafayette is there waiting in Chesapeake Bay. How did we know that this plan would work? We had a spy on the inside. That's right. Hercules Mulligan!
Nice. Last but not least, gunning for the crown, in closing opposition, a warm welcome to Oxford C!
Whoever governs Singapore must have that iron in him, or give it up. This is not a game of cards. This is your life and mine. I've spent a whole lifetime building this. And as long as I'm in charge, nobody's going to knock it down.
Hype. So, with me on the panel are Alice, Dennis, Erasmus, Jack, Martha, Max, Paula, and Omar. My name is Milos, I'll be your host today, and we're ready to start. Now, to the sadness of many, the finals is not about the shrimp. What the finals is about is, let me read it. This House supports the shift away from the traditional left-right spectrum in the politics of major democracies. Thank you very much. Good luck to all teams, and the House recognizes the Honorable Prime Minister.
Am I audible? Before I start my speech, everything I've achieved and everything I've done in debate is thanks to and for my parents. They are the bravest people I know. Los amo. These have been the hardest weeks of my life, so I want to thank the friends who have been there for me. You kept me going, and I'll text you later. Speaking Worlds has been in the back of my mind for years at Worlds Finals, and I want to thank every single teammate, coach, and student on Team Mexico for making me who I am today. Special thanks to Mark Weber, who started the dream for all of us, to Angelica Cardiel, who introduced me to this activity, and to Julio, who stuck with me for the longest. Thank you to the Churchill School and to Bates for giving me the best opportunities, and shout out to the BQDC. To Oyuka, who is an amazing friend and a brilliant mind. She had not debated in 2 years at all, came back and finaled Oxford in Worlds. You are brilliant and one of the best minds I've ever met. This speech, like every single one I've given, goes to the Mexican and the Latin American circuit. It was fucking hard, but we made it, we're here, and we had representation in every single final. Finally, there are grounds to believe a genocide is being committed in Palestine. Over 9 million people have been displaced, and tens of thousands have died at the hands of a regime that has no regard for human life and international law. Standing with Palestinians is a moral obligation we all have. You all study at some of the most privileged universities in the world, and you can make a difference. Please ask to divest. Ask your friends to make this a more inclusive environment. And remember, even if you stand by your principles, you can still final the World Championships. For far too long, populations have been failed by politicians and political groups that through the veils of identity politics have told them that they are represented when in reality they are not, when in the vast majority of instances, our policies contradict the very thing individuals believe their party represent, and when in many instances it is about a dichotomy which lies to you, strips you of your taxes, and instrumentalizes you to put politicians in office that do not represent you. Or you and I believe that the shift that we've had, where individuals are, number one, rejecting their affiliation in many instances to particular like sides of the political spectrum, i.e. I am not necessarily a leftist or a right-wing, but I am rather like an issue voter, for example, where I believe that climate change matters, or I believe that abortion matters. Still, you can obviously have a history of voting for a particular party because you might prefer the particular politicians or the policies, but not to be affiliated fully or for this to decrease over time is what we support. So what does this look like? Yes, first of all, it looks like less identity politics. It looks like having more things in the middle. In fact, it's having more types of identification within political parties. It's the fact that people within the left, for example, or within parties such as the Democrats in the United States say, I do not work in the same way that others do. I am not a traditional leftist politician because while I do support, for example, abortion and the environment, I just believe that we should be fiscally a little bit more conservative. And the same is true across the other side of the aisle. So it is more specific representation. It is also more parties because I think that when you have more more of our discourse that says it is not just the left and the right. People who have been historically abandoned by the political establishment, like female parties, like indigenous parties, are a lot more likely to arise. I come from a country where the SZLN, an indigenous group from an indigenous community from Chiapas, who had been taken out by the political establishment, who wasn't allowed to join the political forces, for far too long believed that they just couldn't be represented because it was something that only people who looked a certain way could participate in, or only people who historically had for example, a trajectory with the Catholic Church could participate in. But saying it is no longer that allows for more individuals to enter in the first place, and I think this is more democratic. Most importantly, I think that this looks like past elections where individuals, for example, in Mexico or in the United States, have rejected particular political parties, and in interviews to politicians or in democratic debates where they get to ask politicians, they say, I do not have an affiliation to a party, but I just want to know who the fuck is finally going to solve climate change, who's actually going to help me with abortion. The first argument I'm going to make is that this is a lot better and creates a lot more incentives to reach across the aisle. Because note, one of the main reasons why governments aren't ever formed, and why in many instances there are government lockdowns where you literally don't have a government for fucking days, and the country has inflation, and the country has many issues that have to be resolved, or security issues can't be addressed, or not necessarily just not forming government, but just not compromising across the political spectrum, is when you believe that within your party there is a historical thing that you have to do. And I think this is a lot more likely to happen on opposition side, when you believe that historically we never vote in favor of abortion because we are the historically right country, such as PAN in Mexico, or such as the Republicans in the United States. But I do genuinely think that when you identify that this is possible, you are number one, a lot more likely to reach across the aisle, which is good for voters, but it is also better for social discourse. Because I think one of the biggest issues is that when you go to have a meal with your uncle during Christmas, or when you're actually building politics in your university, you reject individuals from the other side of the political spectrum because you believe that they represent a whole host of different things that they might not necessarily represent. Individuals, for example, who were abandoned by Obama because they were not giving the appropriate economic policies, but who do support actually having climate change policies, but they are consistently pushed out of universities because they are not woke enough, or the opposite being true, right? Where I just think some individuals, on the left are not allowed in some positions of power in corporations, in financing, for example, because they seem to be representing different things. I envision what will happen in 5 to 10 years, which is that the youth is no longer as affiliated to political parties. It is about specific issues, and I think identity politics falls. This is broadly what this debate starts to do. The third thing I want to note here is you have a lot more challenges to the political establishment. And this happens for a host of different reasons. The first is clearly because you have more faces and parties that are likely to arise. You gain political capital from distinguishing from the political establishment, both in saying, I am not X and Y, but also in saying, here are the new things that I can offer. I think it is frankly ridiculous that the average American leftist in the United States believes that a Kamala Harris, a person who was literally funding bombs to children and the non-redistribution of resources and the significant enough liberalization of healthcare was the only option for them. And I genuinely think that when I sat in my dining hall at the most woke fucking liberal college in the United States, I would talk to people and they would be like, how dare you even remotely support the Green Party? You're just stealing votes from the actual party, even though it was the only real option that was actually going to solve climate change to an extent, or actually, not support a genocide. All I'm trying to say here is individuals have a lot more incentives of pushing politicians to become a lot more like voting and whatnot. And maybe opposition says oh, these parties just divide the vote and that's why Trump won, for example. That is just empirically not true, and I think everyone knows that. But also I think most importantly, I think what ends up happening is that on yours, in these types of instances, the Democratic Party has to go more to the middle. So the end goal of this is you also have less radicalization. Instead of you tapping into the things that you as a political party or politician identify as the most representative of the political party, you go towards the middle, which is more representative of individuals, less radicalizing. I think it's better for democracy.
Yeah, why don't we see this collaboration you speak of? Things seem pretty difficult to get done in Congress these days.
No, I think this is literally true. In the last Mexican elections, basically the main political party, once it won, included many of the policies from the second party because they realized that if they didn't in the next elections, since people are no longer just party-based, but they were policy-based, just supporting some of those policies was useful. I do genuinely think that in the vast majority of the developing world it is happening. I'm trying to use the example of the US because it's the most comparative one, but obviously it's not necessarily it's just not the most representative of this. I think in the vast majority of the world, you do have these types of policies where there's a lot more coalitions in Europe that talk about the environment. It is a lot more unpopular to be radically anti-environment in Europe precisely because of this, because they have realized that it is something that it is not just an issue of the right and the left. I also believe that just in general, the degree to which individuals have less information on their parties is affected by identity politics. I.e., I think it is there are some individuals, like I think the vast majority of individuals, when they vote on religious lines, for example, when they vote on things like who their parents voted for, or just believe that there is a party that is intrinsically the only leftist option, that party has disincentives from actually representing them in policy because they can just count on those votes always being there. And the issue is, on our side of the house, you have to be a lot more explicit about having debates that explain particular policies. You have to question other politicians on their policies themselves and not just question on who they historically represent. It is no longer a class war where you're like, oh, you represent the poor, whereas I represent, you represent the rich, whereas I am a revolutionary, but it is rather about more political specificity, which I think is better for voters to be better informed. At the end of this debate, you just have to remember from opening government that this is not a full shift in the political environment. All we require to win this debate, or it's not like everyone is doing this, but that there is a continuous diversification of ideas. There is a lot more diversity for individuals in terms of options, in terms of preferences, and I think that is what matters the most. We are incredibly proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. Now I'm very happy to welcome the leader of the opposition.
The greatest battle that politics ever fought was against poverty. It was against the crushing blow of hunger, the crushing blow of homelessness, the slow death of uneducation, of illness, and of hopelessness. That battle liberated millions of people across the developed world and the developing world from those conditions. But it is a battle that is unfinished, and because of this shift, it will remain unfinished. Because this shift has meant a shift from primarily economic positioning around the political axis to primarily social ones that do not achieve liberation from poverty, and social ones that do not even achieve their own ends. I'll first explain setup, then I'll explain why this led to the abandoning of the working class, then I'll explain why this was very bad for social change, finally I'll talk about stability. First on setup, the most important manifestation of this shift has been a shift from primarily economic-based positioning, that is where both parties defined themselves around being left or right, pro-redistribution or against it, towards positioning on social issues. That is because of educational polarization, because elites took control of both parties and oriented themselves around cultural issues. That shift has involved the deprioritization of economics. It's why Biden and Trump largely agree on tariff policy. It has involved the prioritization of social issues. That is the kinds of things they describe. Things like the rise of women and indigenous parties in Mexico, the rise of immigration as a key issue in Germany and France, the rise of Hinduism as a key issue in Indian politics, the rise of indigenous rights as the polarizing issue in my country. That is the primary shift of this debate. Why has this shift led to the abandoning of the working class? Firstly, this is by far the most important part of this debate. The working class should matter most for three reasons. Firstly, numerically they are the majority. Compared to every other minority that will be discussed in this debate, the working class constitute the vast majority of most countries. Secondly, oppression on all axes manifests through class. Oppression on race, oppression on sexuality, oppression on gender manifest themselves through access to class, access to money, access to wealth, access to education. So redistributive policies help all of the groups that are described in this debate. But thirdly, because class is a fungible term, class is something that you can change over time. And that means everyone believes it's your fault if you are poor. Everyone believes it's very hard to unionize. It's not like something you can identify in everyone else. Something you can see in the color of another person's skin. It is a fact that it's about yourself, that you believe often because of internalized classism is your fault. So, why did this norm lead to the abandonment of the working class? For three reasons. Firstly, it took away an enormously important way for the working class to mobilize and vote for parties that supported them. It led to the decline of parties like Labour parties, parties that supported things like unionization, supported things like redistribution. You can observe this empirically in the rates of unionization and the rates of inequality, which have increased as this shift has taken place. And you can observe it in the fact that these parties are ones that are easy to access if you are someone that is low information, if you are someone that is tired after a long day at work. These are the kinds of parties you can join. And maybe they say these parties are imperfect, but the parties that were replacing them are certainly worse. The parties of the Republicans, the parties of the BJP are far worse for redistribution. Secondly, the existence of a leftist party created an incentive for the other parties to position themselves around the middle class. That is, if you cannot win the poor's votes, you must win the votes of other groups in society. So rather than the perverse American-style elites work with the poor, you had a positioning around a middle class and a positioning around poverty, which meant both sides were ultimately advocating for things like upwards mobility that cross-vested, that benefited one another. Thirdly, because economics shifted from and was no longer at the forefront of politics. People no longer thought about economics as the primary goal of politics. Focus groups no longer conducted on the way to best analyze how voters responded to economics. People no longer conducted studies on which economic policies would be the most successful, because politicians knew the positioning around their rights, positioning around abortion, positioning around democracy was far more important, far more able to win elections, far more likely to matter in the minds of voters, which meant they no longer thought about economics as a mechanism to change. Yes.
Despite this rhetoric, the Tories just suffered their worst electoral defeat in a century because British voters were enormously dissatisfied with their mismanagement of the British economy. Clearly, working class voters still have strong incentives to punish incumbent parties that mismanage the economic situation.
Certainly, they obviously have incentives to punish parties whose economic policies underperform. But the problem is that is no longer at the forefront of the debate. That is no longer the thing that is primarily discussed. For the reasons that the opening government team set up and the closing cannot knife, this is a debate about social positioning. It is a debate about the role of women and indigenous minorities in parliament, their role as representatives of politics. That is what this shift has encompassed. Why is this shift enormously bad for social change? Firstly, because it has led to polarization on social issues. Whereas in the past, many political parties engaged in forms of consensus building. That is, for instance, both Republicans and Democrats supported immigration as a social policy because it wasn't really debated. It wasn't really the focus or the crux of their debate. Now it has changed. Now social issues are the focus of political debate. That has led to three things. Firstly, forms of sporadic violence are far more common. Things like violence around people that you perceive to be immigrants, people that are discussed in media and extremist ways, is more common. Second, people position themselves against it. Right-wing parties or parties that call themselves right-wing are now far more against social issues, far more against immigration, far more against gay people than they were 10 or 20 years ago. Thirdly, it makes them seem like elite issues. These issues are less compelling to other people because parties that are identified with the elite are now the ones pushing social change. They're now the ones advocating for social change. Secondly, this is bad for social change because this shift has encompassed a shift towards extremism. There are three reasons that is the case. Firstly, there's a broader spectrum of politics. That is, there are many more ways you can position yourself on a social axis. They don't line up neatly. Whereas almost all economics lines up on the line of do you support redistribution or not. Things don't line up neatly on an axis of do you support gay marriage or immigration. Those things are causally unrelated. So there are far more parties in politics. Secondly, it's far easier to bullshit you about politics. An enormous amount of what people believe about social issues comes from social media. It comes from their feelings about society. But policy is far more based on statistics. Even if TikTok is bad, there still needs to be statistics on those TikToks to convince people. Thirdly, in many cases, this has led to a shift towards ethnic and religious messaging. In India, this shift away from left-right positioning did involve a greater prevalence of Hindu messaging in the positioning of both the BJP and the INC. Finally, this shift has led to enormous disruption. Necessarily, as this team countenance, this shift was a disruptive one, and do not devalue the value of stability in these countries. Firstly, it provides investment stability. When you know that countries are likely to be stable over time, that the change in political power is likely to be stable over time, that there will not be new parties popping up, that is when you're certain your investments will stay. You're certain you can negotiate with both parties, which creates wealth, it creates generation. Secondly, political accountability is far superior when parties change power often, when parties have incentives to hold one another in check. Then when new parties are arriving, old parties are dying. They're not being held to account. Thirdly, parties no longer get the time to implement policies under their system. Many incumbent parties died in 2024. Those parties did not have the time to implement their policies. They did not have the time to pass things, to see those changes manifest. And that led to enormous numbers of people becoming far worse off. Very, very proud to pose.
Thank you very much for that nice speech. And to continue the government case, a warm welcome to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Am I audible? For my speech, I have a few quick words of gratitude. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my high school debate coach, Nimoir, for jumpstarting my debate career and being the first to believe in me. To my friends, Anoka, Achar, and Mishka, who are on Team Mongolia with me, I love you and thank you for fostering my love for this activity. They were all instrumental in Team Mongolia breaking in WUSDC for the first and only time in 2021, despite the lack of a circuit, development opportunities, or institutional knowledge. I am extremely proud to have represented Mongolia on the World School stage and now here at the finals of WUDC. Most importantly, I would like to thank Manuel for being an amazing friend and a lovely partner. I am immensely proud of him for all that he has said and for staying true to himself and his morals. And finally, I would like to send my love and immense gratitude to my lovely friends and family for supporting me in every way, and also a shout out to Bates and all the opportunities that it has offered me. Opening opposition's case is dependent on the fact that there are certain people in our world who have economic interests that will not be voting on those economic interests. We're going to flip that on their side for 3 reasons. First of all, on our side, if this is the most important issue for you in a democracy, it's actually extremely unclear why this is not going to be the most proximate issue and therefore the most top issue on your ballot. And secondly, now on our side, you actually have a diversity of choices. On their side, what you force them to do is have the one major party or 2 major parties that tell you that your culture is directly tied to the party and therefore the economic policies of that party as well. On our side, we maximize the choices you have, because not only do you have one Hindu nationalist party that claims to have these set of economic policies, you also have another Hindu nationalist party, another Hindu party that defends a certain other set of economic policies that may be more beneficial for you. And therefore, since you fulfill the fact that you are able to meet your religious priorities and also your economic priorities, we are far better for these people on our side. Therefore, therefore we flip all the benefits that OO wants to claim. Additionally, if they want to say that the shift will be more of a shift towards nationalism, I think it's actually extremely unlikely that the shift towards nationalism will be the case in the first place, because you already see extremely nationalist rhetoric in places like India that they want to talk about. And secondly, if you have more diversity in politics and diversity in discourse, this is far more likely to be a more productive conversations. A few reasons on why we take this debate. First of all, on their side of the house, what they have is radicalization that gets more and more radical as time goes on, because now it's an us versus them policy and a demonization tactic throughout the entirety of your politics. When you have a Trump, you have someone worse in the next election. Secondly, when we tell you that we replace the identity politics with more of an issue-based politics, no response from OO on this part. Thirdly, we tell you that we actually improve the discourse that exists in these democracies, because now in the status quo, on our side, people are more willing to engage with you and start the conversation with you in the first place, because in the status quo, a Trump supporter is going to be automatically dismissing a leftist based on the fact that their identity is a leftist, and vice versa, right? Secondly, when you engage in these conversations, the discussions themselves are far more likely to be productive, because it's not about the individual, it's not about changing someone's mind, it's more likely to be towards reaching a concession, no thank you. Secondly, in terms of policy creation, we are far more productive, because currently, when you have major parties that are diametrically opposed to each other, they make it so that when you have a member in parliament and when you have a representative in the House or Senate, they necessarily have to be loyal to the party in order to be in the next elections, in order to be elected through the primaries in the future to protect their career. And therefore you get things like voting on issues based on your loyalty to the party rather than the actual merit of the issue itself. You're far more likely to feel free to vote, to choose based on the merit of the issue on our side of the house. Second of all, you increase the likelihood that people reach across the aisle, which OO does not respond to at all.
in the status quo, the biggest problem for policy creation is the fact that you have a lot of democratic deadlock where you can't actually reach a consensus or a decision or can't actually fulfill the policy and can't create the change. We change that and we make sure that people are actually able to make actual real life change in their lives. Thirdly, we are far more representative. This is perhaps the most important thing in this debate because we give more representation to a lot more people. This looks like people who in the US elections that just happened, who wanted to but didn't vote for Jill Stein because of their disagreements with Harris on things like Palestine, on the environment, and they were forced to vote for Harris because the other votes seemed like a non-vote. We give them more of an option on our side when it's not bipartisan like polarization and party politics. And second of all, you have more of a mixture of policies. It's more likely in the US now that you see a woman running for elections who is fiscally conservative but pro-choice. So as a Republican woman, you don't always have to vote against your bodily integrity. And fourthly, we tell you that there's going to be more challenges to the political institution that exists as it is. Why is this important? Because the current political institution in places like the US, in the West in general, they have historically marginalized certain communities, and these disenfranchised communities now have the opportunity to have a party that is willing to capitalize on them and represent them in a previously unseen way. And therefore, this is something you care a lot in this debate because these are probably the most vulnerable people. Before I move on, I'll take a POI from closing.
What is the point of discussing social issues?
The point of discussing social issues is to create change, and on our side, we are able to do that best. Why is that? We win on a few things. Firstly, we win on the fact that we create more change and progress, and we make that easier for 5 reasons. Firstly, senators are not voting on party politics, you're voting on the actual issues, and therefore the democratic deadlock is broken. This is perhaps the most important, because even if opposition can talk about the fact that they may care about good policies, if they don't prove that they actually get those policies passed, they cannot win this debate. Secondly, we tell you that you are more able to reach concession that isn't dependent on your party. And thirdly, you're more informed on your particular policies because you care about the issues rather than someone like Trump telling you that I represent you because I am part of the people. Fourthly, we tell you that we have better discourse on our side, which leads to people being more likely to be empathetic towards each other and discussing each other's needs. And we also have less polarization, and which means that parties are able to cooperate with each other more. Lastly, and most importantly, we give you a more representative democracy in which people have more of an option when you actually want to create change. Why does this matter? Because on our side, what we prove to you is that we actually create change on the ground, and when we create this change, it reflects the needs of the people the most, and it reflects historically disenfranchised people. Also, what this creates is that you create less political violence. If people feel as though their voice is represented, and if they don't have to resort to extra legal measures to make sure that your voice is represented, you're far more likely to be trusting of the political establishment. We give a lot more people the agency and voice. Very, very proud to stand in OG.
Thank you very much for that nice speech. And to conclude the top half of this debate, a warm welcome to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
When Narendra Modi puts Hindu nationalism at the front of the BJP's policy platform instead of economic development, that is bad. It is bad because Hindu nationalism is exclusionary. It divides people on the basis of religion, and it otherizes Muslims. But it's also bad because it sucks air away from the need to pull 1 billion Indians out of poverty. And that is our contention. The BJP doesn't need to focus on economics because it can use religion to get votes when otherwise it would need to deliver economic policy. And it also changes the incentives of the opposition, who now need to talk about Hindu nationalism, co-opt Hindu nationalism, or reverse Hindu nationalism rather than focusing on economics. That is our case. It is incredibly simple, and it will win this debate. Let's talk about the theory of what this shift is and how it occurs. I think we have a very simple explanation. Throughout the vast majority of history of democracies, the political spectrum has been one of economics, between left-wing parties that cared about the poor and redistribution, and right-wing parties that cared about keeping money in the hands of the richest. They fought against each other. The change that we point to here is that things like education polarization have brought cultural issues to the forefront, because those are the things that elites, people who are rich enough to not need to care about economic issues, are deeply concerned with, and they prioritize them at the expense of economic issues, which is why if you look at political parties today, the issues at the forefront that they talk about are primarily social issues. Republicans and Democrats differentiate themselves on the basis of how they feel about trans people, about how they feel about immigration, not about how they feel on economic policy. Notably, Biden and Trump have basically the same economic policy. They both support tariffs, they both support bringing back manufacturing jobs. And that is bad, because it means that people have similar economic policies. So if you care about economics, you can't vote for different policy. But it also means people care less about economic policy, because you're told the issues that matter are social issues instead of economic issues, which makes it far harder to care, to mobilize, and to do things in that direction. Closing government POIs and says, well, you know, the Tories were voted out in England, so clearly bad economic performance still matters, and economics hasn't disappeared. The problem with that is, firstly, consider the counterfactual. How bad did the Tories have to fuck the economy in order to get voted out? They had to do Brexit, and then Liz Truss had to come in and literally torpedo the Guilds. Like, obviously, comparatively, they would have been turfed out far sooner. Secondly, though, we would point out that the reason it was so hard to turf the Tories out is because everyone was so worried about immigration, they didn't care about the economy being fucked. But thirdly, Labour's economic policy is not very different from the Tories' economic policy. Rachel Reeves basically abandons any form of real redistribution and only does minor things like maybe adding VAT to you know, private school attendance, which doesn't really do anything. It's precisely our argument. They're so busy positioning themselves over social issues, they don't get to do the important stuff. Let's talk then about social issues, because opening government says social issues are really important, so maybe if there's more discussion of it, it's good. The problem is social issues and economics occur in very different ways. Economics is zero-sum, which means it's a constant battle, and it's one that must be waged at every time. But social issues do not work in that way. Having a party advocating for social issues is not actually particularly useful. Think about the way we get change like gay marriage. It's by activists on the ground convincing people, changing hearts and minds. And the addition of a political party not only doesn't help, is often counterproductive, because that form of signaling is what locks people in. It's what polarizes people. It's what makes them think, I am anti-gay marriage, I am a Republican, I will never vote in favor of it, when on our side, those activists are far more likely to be seen as non-partisan, to reach across the aisle, to make that case to far more people and convince far more people to go on. And the same is true for climate change, the same is true for indigenous rights, the same is true for every social issue. You don't need politicians on one party on board, you need to convince hearts and minds, and once you do, both parties will get on board, because they have incentives to want people to like them, and if one party adopts it, and it's not political, the other party will adopt it, so they don't lose voters on the basis of that particular issue. Which is why on our side, you see social issues converging towards a majority opinion, and activists are far more effective at advancing social causes. The long arc of justice bends in the direction of opening opposition there. Finally, we point out, though, that there's just a large amount of distraction on their side. Politicians can position themselves on social issues and never have to do anything. Saying you're pro-gay marriage, but you can never pass a gay marriage policy because you're only one party, wastes a whole bunch of time doing nothing when you could have been advocating for policies that would actually make people far richer. Secondly, this team says compromise is important. That obviously occurs anyway. Firstly, moderation is very popular with voters because it allows you to appeal to a broader set of voters. Voters tend to be normally distributed. You want to be towards the center for reasons suggested by median voter theory. Secondly, empirical examples. Think about how Clinton and Blair in New Labour and Third Way moderated in order to win after the Democrats and the Labour had been out of power for a large amount of time. Think about how Bush in 2000 wins because of compassionate conservatism. We're not going to build conservatism on the backs of the poor. We're going to moderate on economic issues. So those kinds of things occur anyway. Voters love bipartisanship. It occurs anyway. They say you can't reach across the aisle. It's harder on their side. There's more aisles because there's more parties under their understanding. Those parties are smaller and more ideological, so less willing to compromise because they define themselves around their position taking, so they don't change and engage in the way that this team needs them to, so they don't get compromised. Finally, weigh this against stability, which is a more important question, and they lose on stability because they say they want to shake up the status quo. They say they want to challenge the institutions. That creates instability. More parties creates instability because it's harder to form coalitions, it's harder to get agreement, particularly when you disagree not just on economics, as you might on our side. Maybe there are 5 parties with different economic views, but they're on a spectrum and you can ally with the ones closest to you very easily. Now you disagree not just on economics, but on a myriad of different social issues, not all of which align in any one way. So it's hard to get politics. And that matters for the reasons we tell you. It means less business confidence. It means less capacity to implement policy. It means less accountability because low information voters don't know what's going on. They don't understand multiple parties. They don't know what's happening when parties change. Closing.
What is the biggest threat facing major democracies today?
We would contend that the biggest threat facing major democracies is a lack of capacity to help the poor. Because when the poor are not fed, that is what creates huge amounts of instability. That is what allows revolutions to foment. That is what allows autocracies to come to power. When you do not cater to the most basic needs in the debate, that is when those harms occur. And the weighing here is very clear. The poor are by far the largest group in the debate, and even if you care about other oppressed groups, the way that they are disadvantaged is primarily through poverty, is through the tool of class, so we help them the most. If you believe, for example, that black people are disadvantaged, often that makes them the poorest group, and the group that is helped most by redistribution. That is the most fungible form of oppression that we uniquely target. Finally, on representation, this team says more parties means more parties that you're happy with, you feel better when you vote. We don't care if you feel happy when you vote, we care about tangible outcomes at the end of the day, and more parties does not mean better policy for minority groups, because large parties are broad tents that have incentives to cater to them anyway. We explain why social change occurs better on our side. Coalition agreements mean that those minor parties have to compromise anyway, and often just lose out on being part of those coalitions. And representation for one minority group is countered by a party that is opposed to that minority group. These parties are niche, they struggle to get anything done, they struggle to really represent people. Maybe you feel a bit happy about voting for them. What we care about is that food goes in people's mouths. What we care about is that the poor actually have something to help them.
Thank you very much for that speech. Now we're moving back towards the bottom half of this debate. And to introduce us to the bottom half, a warm welcome to Member of Government.
A couple of brief thank yous before beginning. I'll keep these brief. First, to Tejas, Liz, Matt, I'm enormously grateful for everything you've done for me. To the many people who've supported me on my journey, Sophie, Beasley, Julia, Waji, Manuel, Yuso, Team Mexico, my parents, Connor, Kate, the entire Dartmouth team, thank you all so much. The biggest threat facing major democracies is not poverty. It is that major democracies are less democratic than they ever have been. That most democracies are facing a major crisis of democratic institutions, that support for institutions is at an all-time low, that support for democratic backsliding is on the rise, that Trump, an explicit anti-democratic demagogue, was elected, that the BJP is gaining ground in India, that anti-institutionalist sentiment is on the rise. The thesis of closing government is straightforward. You need to upend the conventional left-right spectrum to maintain support for democratic institutions, to re-energize the working class in a way that empowers anti-complacent sentiment and hence reduces the overt power of technocratic institutions and anti-democratic demagogues. How do we reduce democratic backsliding through upending that spectrum? 3 mechanisms: from closing government, then weighing why this wins on opening opposition's metric on working class politics. First, the working class, contrary to opening opposition's claim, was historically marginalized by the left-right spectrum. Now, opening government, to their credit, does name drop the problem of educational polarization. We'll make the argument. Here's how it works. Historically, politics was dominated by center-left and center-right parties, as OO correctly notes. That's the SPD and CDU in Germany, PASOK and New Democracy in Greece, the Democrats and GOP in the United States. Importantly, historically, there was a strong correlation between your economic status and your views on social issues. That is, on average, people who were lower income tended to be relatively more supportive of social reform, and people who were relatively higher income tended to be relatively more supportive of traditionalist institutions. Why was that? Because historically, that correlation held, given that relatively impoverished groups stood to benefit from upending social structures that disadvantaged them, and relatively wealthy interests stood to benefit from a maintenance of the status quo. That correlation is no longer true. Empirically, the most progressive people today are also the highest income, and the most conservative people socially are those who are the lowest income. Why is that? It's simple. It's because the rate of social progress in the last 30 to 40 years has dramatically outpaced the rate of economic progress. Intuitively, the level at which human rights and socially leftist issues have been protected in the European Union post-2008 is literally multiple times greater than the average GDP per year growth in the EU. The reason why, of course, is because over time societies become increasingly more liberal as you become increasingly more exposed to progressive values, but the same does not apply to economics. There are diminishing marginal returns as countries further develop. They hit the middle income trap. The further returns to capital become diminishing. Here's why that's important. What this means today is that the relative balance has shifted. There is an anti-correlation between income and socially progressive values. The most conservative people on immigration and on culture are often working class, and the people who are the most progressive are those who are the wealthiest. Why is this framing essential? It demonstrates why there is a necessity to upend the traditional left-right spectrum. Historically, center-left parties and center-right parties were mutually exclusive on both economic and social issues. So the center-left could be pro the welfare state and pro-LGBTQ rights. The center-right could be pro-neoliberalism and relatively opposed to gay marriage. And that worked because the relative center-left and center-right bases agreed broadly on those two factions. The problem is you need to revert that trend to represent the vast majority of contemporary voters who are empirically working and middle-class voters, for the simple reason that the 1% are called the 1% because there's only 1% of them. The reason why this is important is twofold. Firstly, absent the rise of parties that, for example, like the National Rally in France, can join left-wing economic stances, for example, being pro the welfare state, with right-wing cultural stances like opposing further immigration, the likely consequence is huge levels of alienation, disillusionment, and active complacency amongst the vast majority of voters who simply do not believe that they can fit into a binarized political spectrum. Credit to opening government. They reasonably make the claim that many people feel disenfranchised by the left-right spectrum. Our extension analytically explains not why there are just some voters, but why this constitutes the vast majority of voters in the status quo. Why is this important? Setting aside the fact that this unlocks opening government's principle, it also has critical implications for democratic backsliding. Here's why. Because contrary to popular opinion, most democratic backsliding does not happen because people actively hate democracy. Democratic backsliding happens because the average voter simply does not believe that democratic institutions are worth protecting. You do not turn out to a protest if you don't think elections represent you. You don't care about assaults on the courts if you don't believe the judges appointed by parties to the courts are representative. What you need to prevent backsliding, what you need to energize rallies that call out the BJP's democratic backsliding, such that the BJP did suffer a major electoral loss relative to expectations in this year's election, is to energize people who otherwise do not feel represented. That is why closing government's stance is that the rise of right-wing populism is probably good. There are huge numbers of working-class people across Europe who feel disenfranchised by parties like the Labour Party and like the SPD and like PASOK that refuse to recognize reality, that working-class voters fucking hate immigration and they want change. They will never get it. The way that you get people to care again about democracy, given that democratic backsliding trends happen on both sides, is to unlock that side of the political spectrum. Before I move on to our second mechanism, OO.
Yeah, this shift away from traditional left-right spectrum wouldn't sorry, it doesn't matter if there's an anti-correlation between social views and economic views when you prioritize economic views and social views are not politicized because you can just have social change outside the political spectrum.
No, because you obviously, the last premise is intuitively untrue. You obviously need legal protections for a wide range of social issues, for example, protections for abortion rights and so forth. But more importantly, people do care very deeply about cultural issues because they're often tied to their identity. For example, a huge number of people are often pro-life in a way that is tethered to their religious conception of the good life, which is why you necessarily cannot compromise and why you need parties that are both left-wing on economic issues and right-wing on cultural issues. Secondly, on technocratic backsliding. A major crisis facing major democracies is that the vast majority of policy is no longer controlled by democratically elected politicians. It is controlled by judges, by bureaucrats, by technocrats, by international institutions like the European Union. Why has this happened? Because the convergence of center-left and center-right parties and the historical dominance of those parties gave rise to a neoliberal consensus. The fact is that Clinton and Reagan were in many ways identical in their views, for example, on financial regulation and the role of the state in the economy. The problem with dominance of center-left and center-right parties is that both parties stand to benefit from outsourcing ever more control to non-democratic institutions because they converge broadly on a range of economic and social issues. But this fundamentally subverts democracy by reducing the capacity for democratically elected officials to make critical decisions about whether women can access the right to abortion, about whether tax rates should be higher or lower, about the extent to which regulation occurs. We fix that under our side of the House by challenging that conception as OO concedes. Because we prevent the greatest threat to democracies, proud to win from closing government.
Thank you very much for that very nice speech. And to introduce the final team in the round, I would like to welcome the member of opposition.
All right. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, that's fine. I really hope you won't immediately stop listening, but Francis Fukuyama was right. We did manage to reach the end of history, but we managed to squander it. We live in a time where we waste our precious political capital discussing non-issues, being distracted in terms of faithfulness and in terms of targeting groups that often have the same interests as ours rather than genuinely advocating for our own interests. What I want to do in this extension is I essentially want to win the characterization clash. I want to explain to you why the sorts of positive sources of differentiation that government bench discuss are actually being trumped by the negative sources that opening opposition wishes to bring in this debate. Before that though, I wish to bring three pieces of framing. The first one is that the left-right spectrum still regularly features multiple parties with differentiation between them. Crucially, it's possible to have different axes along which parties are left or right, be it the economy or be it on social issues. But also this means that you have a genuine degree of choice and accountability between those groups, especially because it's very clear where it is that they're able to win voters from one another. That is, the center-right criticizes the right wing precisely because those are the voters that you can flip over. On their side, it is far more difficult to exercise this type of accountability when it's not clear who your voter base is, and therefore this makes political conversations worse. The second piece of framing, however, is that the left-right balance can shift over history. 150 years ago, I would have been considered a radical, if not insane, for wanting to give women the vote. And the thing is, this is not the same as crossing across the aisle. It still is the case that you have parties genuinely disagreeing, but it means that a lot of the things that were considered left are now considered commonplace, even by parties that support the establishment. establishment. But the third and important piece of framing is that life for the longest time continued to get better. Yes, the financial crisis, yes, this and that, but what I want to note is that since the rise of the alt-right, since these new politics that have been introduced, we have seen living conditions degrade for many individuals. We have seen rights get lost, and we have seen rates of social inequality increase more and more as time goes on. And this is exactly where the extension comes in. I'm going to prove to you why it is that basically this new politics that I want to introduce you is largely a facade. Why it is that the social issues you're solving aren't genuine, and therefore proving how it is that you harm those groups. Why is this true? Two main reasons, one. The first one is that it's far easier to cause moral panic on social issues. This is precisely because most individuals have a far weaker understanding of the economy or of broad and complicated concepts, be it inflation or international trade. The easiest way in which you're able to agitate individuals is to convince them that there is someone out to get them. And the thing is, for most people, this doesn't even need to be true. That is, if you can convince middle-class individuals that, trans women entering women's bathrooms is a problem, and that this is more important than, the class disparity between the rich and the middle class or the working class, that is precisely when you're most able to persuade them. The second reason, however, is that the hateful content that people see is unavoidable. And this is very important because of the pipeline effect it has on individuals. And I want to be very clear what it looks like. Because yes, you may initially be willing to scrutinize the things you see, but the problem is that when you do go online and you constantly see this content, when it's around every corner precisely because it's what you're most likely to click on, exactly because it's something that appeals to your sense of morality, to your sense of safety, to your sense of well-being, what happens is you stop questioning. You eventually surrender yourself to what this content has to say to you. And the problem is that is when people have stopped critically reflecting on what it is they're being exposed to you. What I want to basically now prove is why it is that this hateful content actually isn't productive. The first reason is that minorities are definitionally minorities. And therefore, it's the case that the majority of the content you'll see generated will be targeting those groups insofar as on either side of the house, they don't have enough of a voice to push back. That is, when you have the majority of society telling you that these people are harmful, that is what is going to dominate the online narratives. The second reason, however, is that I want you to question who it is that these cross-party populists are. People like Meloni, people like Bolsonaro in Brazil. The reason that these are going to be overwhelmingly politically negative is precisely because they're most able to control the funding that is in the interest of to basically support those parties. That is, who is it who wants to distract you from the real issues? The people who have the most to gain. The people who have the money and who don't want you taxing it. And this is true for two reasons. The first one is that money controls politics. How many advertisements you can buy, how much lobbying you can do, basically controls what politicians say and how many people see that message. Therefore, the side that aligns with big business interests will be the one basically getting most of this money. But also, secondly, they just don't have an incentive to genuinely solve these issues for you. They want to continue keeping you angry because you don't vote for these parties because you genuinely believe in them. Rather, you vote for them exactly because they make you angry in this manner. I'll take a POI from opening, please.
The lack of questioning occurs when you assume that certain economic positions are intrinsically tied to social ones. People in Catholic and Muslim countries have voted against their own economic interests because they are told that it is intrinsically anti-Catholic or anti-Muslim to redistribute. This is what we prove in opening government. They don't respond to.
More of this in WIP, but I think my framing already defeats this, basically. Let me do some impacting. The first problem is that direct and accelerating degradation of political systems. And this is because a political system isn't just about a set of formal rules. It is about the interaction of parties within those systems. This looks like the cohesion when your party can caucus and have discussions on issues. This looks like essentially having the ability to govern in an effective manner insofar as you have long-standing mechanisms, insofar as the party has a reputation to maintain and there is consistency in what the voter base expects of your party. You have been in government before and you are someone who basically shows your ideas to the people who vote for you. Not the harm then on their side. On their side of the house, it is when you see these broad tent coalitions that opening government treats with rose-tinted glasses but lead to the repeated collapse of the French government, basically, where you try to compromise on far too many ideas instead of being able to reach common ground. But more importantly, you divide people. And this is true for a very simple reason. You basically make people feel alienated. Because note what the prerequisite is to the genuine political conversation they want on government bench. You need to feel safe within your beliefs. You need to know that you exist within a community that supports you and that you're not the only one who bears those ideas. The problem is that when you feel like what you're expressing or voting on is on the fringe, the moment somebody else questions you, you feel on edge. You go on the defensive. And this is precisely when you lack this high degree of confidence within the political system or within your beliefs, that you're far less likely to engage in these conversations or hold yourself accountable to them. Note the comparative on our side. We don't motivate people by anger, we motivate them by hope. We tell them that the system works and has provided for you. Yes, things are imperfect, but things have, can, and will continue getting better insofar as you work with us. Parties aren't perfect, but we think they're far more accountable than what you get on the alternative. Importantly, we think that parties are better when they're merely seen as occupants of government. We don't want these short-termist, single-issue politicians, and we think you uniquely get good political engagement on our side, and for all these reasons, I have never been prouder to oppose.
Thank you very much for that speech. And to conclude the government side of this debate, please a big round of applause for the government whip.
Can I be heard? To be clear, the closing government extension is not only about democratic backsliding. It is fundamentally about characterizing why the traditional left-right spectrum no longer reflects the views of the median working and middle-class voter. And this is necessary analysis for the round to happen, because it shows, therefore, that the traditional understanding of a left-right spectrum is no longer democratically representative. I'll do a few things. Firstly, I'll just quickly take out CO, and then I'll talk about OO and weigh ourselves against them. Firstly then, CO. I think the two main lines they come up with is, firstly, there is still going to be differentiation in the left-right spectrum, so you have center-left, center-rights, far-lefts, far-rights, which often mean there is still a level of multiplicity when it comes to policies and ideology. For one, obviously this is comparative, it is still likely highly rigid because often you have to work within party lines in many countries. But second, let's actually flip the argument. When parties can only compete within the left or right-wing spectrum, they are more likely to radicalize on their side of the house because they have to appeal further to the left and further to the right-wing basis. Why? Because often the far left and far right within these parties, those who hold the most extreme views, often are ones who have lots of power. They're often the ones who have the loudest say. They often are the ones who are more likely to veto and not be willing to horse trade if you do not pander to their views. All of this means it is actually far worse on their side, because actually having a left-right spectrum gives rise to people on the very ends of it. It often disproportionately weighs their voices louder. That is far worse on their side of the house. The second thing that CO says is, but the politicians that rise out of a break of the left-right spectrum will be politicians who are bad. Those who have lots of power, money, resources, they are politically negative, they actually don't really want to solve issues that people face on the ground. First, let's actually flip this argument. For one, the center, left, and right dominance traditionally has favored powerful institutions. Most center-right parties in Europe have ties to the church, IECF, the CDU in Germany. The rise of new parties is what actually creates opportunities for disruption. This is evident in the status quo. That's why often political campaigning by Trump, who actively shows that they're favoring the working class and breaking through traditional norms of what the left and right had traditionally stood for, are people who have become immensely politically appealing in recent years. Moving on then, I want to talk about OO. The first thing I want to do is I want to weigh against OO. So I think our extension directly beats OO for a few reasons. Because we explain that the working class voters are more involved in politics on our side because unconventional parties can speak directly to their left-wing economic views and their right-wing cultural issues and their concerns.
OO says that people care more about economics than culture. But recognize, cultural issues are often not insular from economics. Often cultural issues can affect how you view something economically, i.e., often immigration is tied to what you think, for example, a certain economic policy should be. Do you think these people are someone who are threatened in your jobs? Often these things are interlinked. You often connect the two issues. Therefore, these are not insular issues, and therefore it is necessary for us to consider this awakening. Secondly, moving on then, I want to provide an explanation on OO's case on the working class. I want to explain why economics will likely always matter in voting, regardless of whether it is the locus of mobilization among the working class, and then I'll compare it against the alternatives they give as to what our side has to stand for. Like, first and foremost, it is likely that middle and working class people will always care about economics. This is the most fundamental part of their lives. This is the first condition they need to meet to access all their other rights. For most people who struggle from paycheck to meet their day-to-day needs, economics is all you can consider. And this is why voters on both sides of the House will likely care. But here's what's the important part. It is not to say that everyone who is disenfranchised has to act as a monolith when it comes to economic issues. That single mothers who want maternity leave might not need the same set of economic policy as the middle class worker who now will fall into a new tax bracket and want something else. And it is precisely because the poor and the working class, who were previously viewed as monolithic voters, are now can vote differently, which means that parties across the aisle are now forced to the table to introspect and reconsider what policies they want to craft to better represent voters on our side of the House. But second, flip. The reason why we think violence is wrong is not only because of the pain it causes to you, but because it subjects your will at the disposal of someone else when you're hand-strapped and you cannot make a choice. Poverty is violence for many people who are strapped at the hands of the left-right spectrum, because in the past, if you wanted economic policy, you also had to subscribe to racism. You had to deny women the right to abortion. Our side on the comparative energizes people as per Ryan's extension. It energized disparaged voters to come out to vote, to defend their rights, to go to rallies, to fight for economic liberty. This argument is logically prior to the argument of OO. So if you believe Ryan's argument on our side of the House, you energize a new group of voters that were previously not unlocked on their side. We actually gain most of the benefits they want to push for. Opening.
Yeah, you don't preserve democracy by upending it, and the harms you identify clearly stem from the shift away from traditional politics. Like Trump, who literally adopted democratic positions on protectionism and social services and ran on immigration. That is the problem, you defend it.
This is true to some degree. Some politicians have done this, undoubtable. The concern is obviously there are checkbacks against this. There's obviously a rise of alternate discourse that likely happens, and we've seen this in the current status quo as well. We don't have to defend isolated examples of it. We can prove that the overall trend is good. Second, OO says that the politicization of social issues is bad on our side and will happen, which will lead to radicalization. But the counterfactual is lots of these issues get sidelined. It is that disenfranchised groups are never ever likely to win on these issues. Why? Because historically they have been disempowered economically, which often means it is harder for them to do things like pool resources, to mobilize and to create change. The DLO's proposal is social issues should be reached by activists and they can change hearts and minds. But one, you need legislation and policy to protect rights, to not only make sure people can go out to the streets in the first place, but to make sure that more people are feeling safe enough they can do so. You need parties to protect rights like the right to protest and the right to free speech, to make sure advocates can speak and to encourage people to come out. But also, second, hearts and minds only get changed when you force these issues to the forefront. Most people only care a little bit about racial equality and the conditions migrants face, but cognitive dissonance means you forget about it. Therefore, often these issues being talked up front is what actually raises awareness and gives advocates the rhetoric and the language to use in their advocacy outside of politics as well. The last thing I want to talk about is quickly on stability as per the OO case, that it's good for things like investment and accountability. Like, obviously the shift away from the left-right spectrum is likely a gradual one, as we've seen over the course of history. Issues of capital flight and investors leaving is probably a silly one that doesn't really apply to this debate much. And also, second, our extension flips the idea of accountability, because on both sides of the House, political institutions are not always easy to access for anyone, but it is the people who can counter it that also matter. We explain to you why on our side of the House, people are far more empowered to do that. They're far more empowered to protect democracy. Very proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. And now for the final speech of this whole tournament, Please have a warm welcome to the opposition whip.
Hello. It doesn't matter how representative a government is if that government cannot achieve anything. That is the simple case that you get from CO, which undercuts everything we hear from the government bench. Let me first start with CG. CG says two things. The first is that we need to restore faith in democracy. The premise of this argument is that voter preferences changed first and parties simply responded, and those new parties therefore accurately represent the interests of voters. As Chris points out, this is the wrong way round. What has historically happened is that these parties have stoked the increase in xenophobia and far-right sentiment that CG themselves identify. Why should you believe this claim? Because most people don't sit around all day thinking about politics. They don't have well-formed views on immigration or the major problems facing the country. The way they get their political views is by what parties tell them, and parties therefore serve an educative function in forming the political beliefs of these voters. Therefore, it is far more likely that the far-right parties which CG defends came first, which then created the far-right voters, which they now think is the problem. No, thank you. Second response. Representing these voters doesn't matter if the effective degree of representation goes down. So yes, there may be lots of far-right parties in parliament talking about things, but they can't put together an effective government because they are platforms based on hate, which no other party will agree with. That is exactly what you see in countries like the Netherlands, for instance, where you have a total collapse of the government as a result of the as a result of the rise of the far right, which means that no voters can be represented, left or right. This is why the end outcome of their extension, which is restoring faith in democracy, doesn't happen. Because when your government doesn't do anything, you have no faith in democracy. This part is additionally untrue because the way these parties situate themselves is as outsiders to the democratic system, precisely in the language of CG, upending the democratic process in order to put a breath of fresh air into it, which is precisely why they won't restore faith in the way that they suggest. The second big thing that CG says is that there's technocratic backsliding, no thank you, in the world of opposition. I would note firstly that this is just a subset of the OG material on challenging the establishment, so it's largely derivative. But more importantly, the way you get to technocracy is precisely when politics becomes more unstable and no longer works. When the elected government cannot deliver anything because it's stuck in fractious coalitions based on identity politics in the world of government, that is when policy making is devolved to the courts or bureaucracy. No, thank you. That is exactly what you see in the US, right? When parties are no longer able to come to the table and compromise as a result of the populist rhetoric of government side, that is when the Supreme Court and other unelected government agencies make policy instead. No, thank you. So that is a problem for their side. Weighing against OO then. OO says two big things. The first is that economic issues are extremely important. Question, why is it that the new parties on government bench will always and everywhere sideline economic issues? I know that many of opposition's examples fail. For example, the BJP did prioritize a significant degree of economic development in India. We give you because as OG notes, surely voters do care about economics to a significant degree, and therefore these new parties will be responsive to these issues. No, thank you. The better response that comes to you in Chris's argument is that even if this is true, the solutions to economic problems that these parties give are not constructive. Because the way these far-right parties tell you need to save the economy is not by restructuring the welfare system along the technocratic lines, as O points out, but just kicking out all the immigrants because the immigrants are the one draining the welfare money. So even if it's true, as government suggests, that these new parties also identify economic issues, those parties are uniquely unable to solve these economic issues precisely because they peddle on hate in the way that only Chris describes. No, thank you. The second issue with OO is that they don't prove why left parties on our side of the house will continue to fight poverty in the way they describe. So a large part of the argument is missing, right? They say parties on government side don't deal with economic issues, but the second part to prove why left parties do this is missing. I would note empirically, a large reason why these parties rose on government side is because center-left parties first abandoned the working class, right? It was first the case that the Democratic Party ran towards the middle, or New Labour occurred in the UK, and then you got the rise of far-right parties on their side of the house. No, thank you. So it's not necessarily clear why these parties continue to fight poverty on our side. CO's case has a far lower burden. We don't necessarily need to prove to you that the left-right spectrum as exists in our counterfactual world will do all of the good things that opening opposition suggests necessarily. All we need to prove is that the structural incentives of those parties means that they are less likely to peddle in hate, xenophobia, and the other kinds of rhetoric that Chris describes to you. No, thank you. Let's talk about what Chris gives you. The framing I would give for Chris's argument is that democracy and its survival as a political system and not just a collection of rules is prior to everything else, right? If the democracy no longer functions, then none of the voters can be represented. CG says a few things to this. The first thing they say is there is more radicalization on our side when you only have the left-right spectrum. I would note that it's true you can run to the ends of the spectrum on our side, but there are no votes there, right? The reason these are fringe positions is because they are ones in which voters don't exist without the political realignment which only exists on government side of the house. No, thank you. The second thing they say is that people outside the establishment are the ones who push these policies on their side. That's precisely the problem, right? Chris shows to you why the only way in which people outside the establishment can enter the political arena without backing from, for example, major donors or other political parties currently is to peddle in hateful rhetoric, blame immigrants, and all those kinds of things. Opening.
In India, the only option for an opposition party that cares for the minorities or for the millions of disregarded farmers by the BJP seems to be anti-Hindu nationalists, so you do not succeed. Only the shift away from this, where you have more fractions of individuals who can in fact go up that, can be a solution for the ways that we described that CG doesn't weigh against and that you don't at all respond to.
Yeah, so the point is that it is only seen as anti-Hindu nationalist in your world when Hindu nationalism comes to the fore, which is precisely the problem described in Chris's speech. What is the counterfactual on our side, and why is it that establishment parties don't peddle in hate in the way we suggest? They're systemically less likely to do this because they are more subject to things like the public sphere of media regulation, right? When The Guardian or the BBC calls out a major party for engaging in hateful rhetoric, that is much more likely to stick because that party has been around for far longer, and it can't just simply run away to a new party. That's why party loyalty, contrary to OG and CG, is a good thing, because people who have loyalty to the party are more likely to hold it to account, right? The people who hold the Labour Party to account in the UK are precisely the strongest Labour supporters. They are the ones who criticize it and tell it when it's going in the wrong direction. What does OG then say? OG says you need to compromise. OR's response is you won't compromise because issues are important. Chris's extension proves, even if you get compromise, it is bad compromise. We shouldn't be compromising with the AfD in Germany or Eric Zemmour in France because that just drives us to the far right. And compromise gives you a less functional government because these coalitions are much more likely to be fractious and unstable. Finally, when it comes to social issues, they are likely to be accepted on our side when they gain large social traction, and otherwise there's no solvency on their side. For all of those reasons, oppose.
Thank you very much for that speech. I hope you enjoyed the finals, and if you did, please have a big round of applause for all the finalists. We said all of the finalists, guys. Good luck to all teams. Cross floor, shake hands, go outside, and see you at the socials. Thank you. Yikes.
I don't know why I kept using Greece as an example. I used it 3 times.